Donc la table est mise pour un après-midi rempli d'action ici à l'Arena Maurice-Richard. Nos préposés à la piste qui sont déjà prêts, nos officiels.
A few short weeks ago, Olympic dreams were made, Olympic hearts were broken, but that was not the end of the story. The Maurice Richard Arena, Montreal, a frequent host of international short track, but here it's a little bit different. This time, it is for World Championships inside. The fans are packing in. We are expecting it to be sold out to the doors in the Montreal's Maurice Richard Arena. World Championship action getting ready to go just a few minutes away. Hi everybody, Gavin Day alongside me as always, Tyler Dara. Now Tyler, feels a little bit zestier tonight. This is not just the World Tour, all due respect to the World Tour, but a World Championship hits different.
Absolutely, Gavin. If you were concerned at all if there was going to be a lull after the Olympics, that was not the case at all. If you tuned in to see any of the qualifying rounds, the skaters have been on point. They're out here racing, giving it everything they have, looking towards those World Championship titles, and the racing is just going to be incredible today.
Stands are still filing in. They are sold out. They had to add the extra capacity. The way they usually sell it is they sell the lower bowl and then add as they go. But a few weeks ago, they said, we've run out. We don't have any more. And so here we go. There is the schedule on offer. If you join us for the World Tour, this is regularly how it goes. The men's 1,500 meter semifinals to kick things off. That will be the first medal of the day, and then there will be the women's 1,000 meter quarterfinals. Men's 500 meters will also be handed out, and so lots to see, lots to watch. And then, as always, we end with the men's 5,000 relay semifinals and the women's 3,000 meter relay finals. Lots to come, Tyler. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling excited right now. Like I said, I've just been blown away at the quality of the racing. Once the skaters get here, they're the competitors. They're all racers at heart, and they want to win. And we saw that round after round throughout yesterday and this morning. Everybody putting it out there on the line. We have a lot of skaters that, you know, are building off the Olympic Games, and we have a lot of skaters that are maybe wanting to rewrite the stories of their Olympic Games here at the World Championships. And at the end of the weekend, those World Championship titles just mean so much to these athletes. So they'll be competing their hearts out.
There is a look at us, actually. You might see us in the middle there. We're that white little strip. The commentary position, Tyler's the one waving around. You also got to look. There is a corner there for the ultras, as they call them. And we've seen them before, and when William Dongenew has emerged victorious, he tends to go over to celebrate with them. So lots to see. This is our third World Championships. Each one has been spectacular, and we have no reason to believe this one will be any different. So just a few minutes away from the first races of the day. Look at all the people who will be involved in putting this event together. And if you are just tuning in for the first time, just getting here is a huge accomplishment. The racers went through a long qualifying day yesterday. There was a repechage session this morning to fill out the final field this afternoon. And so those who are here are really, truly the best of the best. Our on-ice officials who will be called into action. There's a look inside the review room. They will be liaising with our on-ice officials to make sure all results and all decisions are made as correctly as is possible. So a lovely look inside. The lovely tracking camera shot through the flags out onto the ice. So when the officials are out, the lights come up. We are about to go racing in Montreal.
We expect complete silence when the athletes are on the start line, so absolutely no noise when the athletes are at the start line. Also, please make sure
Skaters
to turn
of
off
the
your
day
flash photography.
are on the
Once
ice.
race is going,
We're going to get a big
make
roar
as much
from the
noise
big
as
man
possible
from
for
Canada,
the
wearing #1 on his helmet, William Dongenew. First of 3 heats on the ice. Top 2 from each race, and up to 1 fastest third place skater will go to the A final. There will be a B final as well. So some of the others will make the A final to the B. Not everybody does make it to either the A or the B final, but the waiting is just about over. Just skating by his ultras section, giving them a wave. He is a showman through and through, one of the great ambassadors of this sport. There is a list for start list in heat number 1. D'Angenu, Friso Emons, Shin Dong-min, Quentin Fercoq, Im Jong-un, Lucas Koo, Dennis Orrs, 7 skaters. This 1,500 meters.
Go to the start. Ready.
A lot of skaters off, different tactics, of course, playing to different strengths, but it's Lucas Koo, the Brazilian, off on a flyer. Not sure if the aim is to gain a lap, but certainly without really looking over at you, Tyler, this one he's aiming for time.
Well, Lucas Henrique, I think, trying to take advantage of the fact that he's maybe not got a target on his back. There's some big names in this race with William D'Angenu and Im Jong-un. So Lucas Henrique thinking, hey, if I make it go, these guys might let me have a chance to get away. And that's unfolding right now. None of the other skaters wanting to put in the work out front to try to close the gap.
You know
Lucas Henrique's over a half lap now.
He is closing in. I know I always get a little extra riled up when someone goes off on the flyer. He went from the start. He is over half a lap, and so what might happen, if he gets to the back, he can tuck in into that slipstream and let everybody else fight for the long spot and maybe the time spot, but he is agonizingly close, but I think he is starting to feel it, and then once the main group here starts to floor it a little bit, they will close that gap in a hurry, and I'm looking, and he's running out of steam.
Well, Lucas Henrique has 6 laps remaining now. This is when the challenge comes. He's put in a massive effort. He has the hands on the knees already, feeling that lactic burn in the legs. With William D'Angenu now works his way to the lead of the pack in behind.
The image says an absolute volume. Lucas Henrique, he is down to inside half a lap. He has 4 laps to go, but he is in excruciating pain at the moment. And here comes William D'Angenu leading the way.
Im Jong-un back in position 4, working around the outside. They've caught Lucas Henrique now.
Appreciate the valiant effort by Mr. Koo, but now we are off. And William D'Angenu, Im Jong-un, Shin Dong-min, and Friso Emons 1 through 4. And 1 to go already. We can't hear the bell. It is that loud inside the Maurice Richard Arena. And William D'Angenu wants to hear him.
Working to the crowd. He is feeding off this energy. We heard yesterday he was really looking forward to having all the spectators here to cheer him on, and he used it. Got to give Lucas Henrique, though, you know, credit. Making that effort, making that attempt to try to catch everybody off guard. He gave himself a chance. You know, I like that strategy for him. I think that's really his best opportunity because that was such a deep field. When we look at the World Tour, William D'Angenu captured 3 of the 4 1,500-meter goals, the other one going to Im Jong-un, who were both in this race.
Yeah, Koo, you could just, was almost in touching distance of the group in front of him, but his body said, you pushed me a bit too far. But D'Angenu, the fans here, he is imploring them to bring the noise.
D'Angenu looked rock solid there. That was no easy test with the likes of Im Jong-un and Shin Dong-min chasing him down to the final laps, but he made it look quite easy. So he's really going to build off that performance and get some confidence from this race.
D'Angenu, the entertainer, and forget raising the roof. The fans of the year of Montreal have already done that. They might have to lower the floor now. And so we'll quickly look. Shin Dong-min with a 2:12.552. He is the possible 1 fastest 3rd place skater. And if you are new to this, that possible time can disappear if we do see some advancement. So the results from heat number 1, Donjanu and Imp moving into the A final. The only person who knows what final he's going into is Felice Raymons. Heat number 2, already out on the ice, Reinas Berzins. Skating very well from Latvia, Yoshinaga Kazuki of Japan, Niall Tracy of Great Britain, Thomas Natalini of Italy, Michał Niewicki of Poland, Andrew Hio of the United States, Maxime Laun of Canada right there, and Nika Speckenhauser of Italy. Laun and Speckenhauser had to go through repêchages this morning. We'll see how fresh they are, but I like Speckenhauser in particular. Very accomplished in this 1500 meters.
Thomas Nadalini, le Polonais, Michał Niewicki, l'Américain, Andrew Hio, l'Italien, double médaille olympique, Nika Speckenhauser, et le favori de la poule ici, Maxime Laun.
Go to the start. Ready.
We are underway. And it is Niewicki, who we have thought coming up through the junior ranks. He was more of a sprinter, but as we've seen the last few years, he can mix it up in the longer distances as well. And this one, nobody is going for the time spot, at least from the looks of things.
Well, 8 skaters in this race. This is a lot of athletes on the track. Taking it slow right now. Everybody just focused on those top 2 positions. But now, Natalini and Maxime Laun working around the outside. The pack's going to hear that. Lucas Speckenhauser responding.
And now, the blue wall at the front, when 2 teammates are at the front, they become very difficult to pass. Laun, not to look on the outside, nothing doing, but Hio of the United States with a good turn of pace. And he is someone who does have that knockdown, drag-out speed, and just made it around. Took a little bit of a clip there, but he's still going. Niall Tracy, who competed in Milano Cortina.
Well-timed move from Niall Tracy here. Gets the lead with 7 laps to go. It's still a comfortable place, although they're down to the low 9-second laps already.
Tracy is someone who has shown time and again he loves to get to the front and just hold off all the advances, and that's where he is right now. He will see 5 to go. It is Tracy, Natalini, Hio, and Berzins now making the move for third as Natalini makes the move for the lead.
Now Maxime Laun, he's got some work to do back in position number 6 as Natalini's leading this out quickly. The lap times are dropping.
Laun does get up into 5th. That is still Natalini. They will see 2 to go. And Berzins makes the push for second. Can't make that stick. He bumped Tracy and then goes down himself, and that opened the door for Laun. It is Natalini, the Canadian, and the American, Andrew Hio, and now Laun, is he going to push for the lead? A shake of the head, no. Natalini, can he hang on? And Laun gets it. Natalini lost it a bit coming out of the corner, but just recovers to hang on for second.
Oh, what a great race there. We watched Reinas Berzins looking for that inside move on Niall Tracy. That contact, those 2 going down, open the door and create that opportunity for Maxime Laun to move back up from position number 5 into position 2.
And it is a possible illegal late pass on Berzins, and that was in a position, I believe, where it could lead to an advancement, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll get another look right here.
So if you want to be in advancement position in this round, it's one of the top 2 positions of the race to get that advancement through. If someone makes a bad pass attempt that leads to a penalty in your advancement, this is a little bit earlier on. This is that move from Niall Tracy. Well-timed move to the lead of the race. He loves to be out front.
Let's see how it goes. Just keep an eye out on Berzins, who's 4th in that shot. This was the move.
So, yeah, Late pass attempt there. I feel like Rainey's Birds was making a little bit of a desperation move to try to move up there. He knew he had to be in the top 2 positions, but we've got to wait for the official. But as you mentioned, Gavin, Niall Tracy sit in position number 2 in a possibility to be advanced.
Oh, look,
from there.
And Natalini took it by 0.06 of a second. So he timed it just correctly. But yeah, they get all those angles to review downstairs, and looks like we do have a decision. To the ice we go.
Final decision. Penalty for skater number 34 from Latvia, and advancement to final A, skater number 16 from Great Britain.
So there you go, and Niall Tracy is advanced to the A final, and that means the possible 3rd place is thrown out the window. We don't have to worry about that anymore because of this right here. He got ahead of him, but it was far too late, Tyler.
Yeah, just diving up the inside there, looking to get into the top 2 positions. Too late to make that move.
There you go, Niall Tracy moving into the A final. Another accomplishment. He made an A final during the Olympics in Milan. Number 3, Stan Desmet, Brendan Corey, Felix Roussel, Wang Daihon, Brandon Kim, Jung Bo-hao, Kai Hausman, and Etienne Bastier. Roussel trying to make it 3-3 for the Canadians into the final. We'll look at Jung Bo-hao now getting a real chance at showing what he can do with some of the more senior skaters not here from this Chinese men's side.
Well, a great opportunity for Zhang Bo-hao, gaining some experience here at the World Championships. What an opportunity for that young skater.
So 8 skaters on the line here in the 1500. A couple guys who have World Championship medals, like Corey, Huang, Daihon, who has an Olympic medal. Coming
7
in the
and 8, move over, please. Go to the start. Ready.
Away. Corey and Desmet, shoulder to shoulder.
Stein et Desmet, médaille d'argent sur cette distance l'an dernier. Au championnat du monde australien, Brendan Corey, numéro 20. Le Canadien, celui que l'on se nomme Rocky. Félix Roussel, le président de la République de Corée.
Well, there's a number of skaters in this race who like to get to the lead. That includes Brendan Corey, Felix Roussel, and Etienne Bastier.
Bastier, 22 years of age, he just turned 22 back in February. Here comes Roussel, and right on his tail, Kai Hausman of the Netherlands. Weekend.
Sitting in 3rd right now, the bronze medalist at the 2024 World Championships Australian skier Brendan Corey.
Scooting up the inside into the lead, and Corey trying to follow Hausman on the inside. Corey does make it through. Nicely done.
Great job from Brendan Corey on that inside pass, getting up the inside, shifting over to create some room, and now he's making the same move on Felix Roussel. When you make that inside pass, it's so important if you can get a little bit more wider on your entry to help you carry that corner. You don't have to worry about holding it tight on the exit.
Things really kicking off. Roussel snapping the lead back. Corey still in 2nd. Corey does often like to lead from the front and defend very well, but it's Roussel on the front. Kai Hausman watch for Stan Desmet. He always likes to leave it late. He's a very good passer.
Watch Wang Daihon back in position, tournament 5 here. Silver medalist at the Olympic Games in the 1500 meter.
To go. There's a lot of room to cover for some of these guys. Big names to pass. Roussel gets the belt. Desmet swings out wide, and that really slows guys down. Oh, Jung with the move into 3rd, but Huang battle But the finish line is only the beginning in this race.
Well, Felix Roussel skated that race just textbook. I love the way that he went to the front of the race. Every time he was challenged for that lead, he was responding quickly, regaining the front of the race and wanting to control it. He was letting the drama unfold behind him so he could be clear out front, and that really paid off in that last lap as we saw everybody attacking for the finish for that second place position that led to that crash.
Jung Bo-Hao with a great move. Then Hwang Dae-han battled back, and I'm not sure what Brendan Corey knew happened to him. He looked like he was in front and just took a bump somewhere, so there's a lot to unpack. Possible contact from behind, and Corey sitting in second. That would be in an advancement position.
Well, we're going to need a slow motion replay to break that one down in the last corner. But we had that big inside move from Jung Bo-Hao. That created a little bit of chaos there. Hwang Dae-han looked to respond, and that's when they got all so crowded in the final corners. That's that double inside from Jung Bo-Hao. Hwang Dae-han on the outside here, keeping the speed going, putting a bit of a contact on Corey from behind. That's what set Brendan Corey off balance.
Right, shoulder to rear end from the looks of things.
And then Jung Bo-Hao just getting caught up in that fall with Brendan Corey.
Corey just might have looked at them and said, "Who did that?" Because he was completely unawares. But De Smet does get over for second, I believe, or does he? Yes, by 16/100ths of a second.
When it comes to a shoot at the
Kim.
finish, you never want to be going up against Stan De Smet.
Yeah,
he can stretch.
We've seen how many times just leaving it to the last second and coming out on top. If you were putting some money down, pretty much always bet on Stan De Smet winning a reach to the line. This is what they're looking at, of course.
Might want to nickname him Mr. Elastic, the way that he can stretch like that. But here's a look again. Watch Brendan Corey getting at the left shoulder of Hwang Dae-han on the hip. That's just putting, as soon as that weight transfers back on your heels, it's so hard to hold. You can't pull yourself back forward, and that causes you to go down. Physics wins.
Hey, you took my line.
Yeah.
And so even if it's hypothetically, if there's no penalty given out, Brendan Corey doesn't know what's going on, and he's in an advancement position. So he might be sitting there going, okay, thinking I'm okay.
And if we have another advancement, it's really going to load up that A final.
But as I mentioned, 3 Canadians in the A final. Home ice. I remember last year they won 6 gold medals at the championships in Beijing, and starting the season, there's no way they can top that. And then they did the second weekend and got 7 here in Montreal on World Tour. So.
Well, it's no secret that the Canadian team, I think they were a little disappointed with the performance at the Olympic Games. So great to see them responding here at home, bouncing back after that competition.
So we still await. They are at the second screen, and so they go to the first screen to talk with the review room. They go into the second screen to punch in their results and their decisions, and then they come down to the ice. And if there is a penalty or a shared responsibility, they make the announcement. And that has all been made, and so we await with bated breath.
Final decision. Penalty for skater number 110 from Korea. Advancement, skater number 20 from Australia to final A, and advancement to skater number 47 from People's Republic of China to final B.
And so there you go. Lots to unpack there. Hwang Dae-han penalty for that contact from behind. Brendan Corey was in the second position and advanced to the A final. Jung Bo-Hao, the innocent victim there, things not in an advancement to the A final, but for the B final.
Yeah, being in position 3 or 4, those are the positions looking for the B final. So Jung Bo-Hao in position 3 there, gets the advancement to the B.
It's going to be a very crowded A final, though, and a very Maple Leaf focused A final as well. Skaters will be on. Now we switch over the women's 1,000 meter quarterfinals. There is the A final, and boy, that one's going to be fun. Fortunately, we don't have to wait long.
Four-time Olympic medalist and reigning Crystal Globe champion,
The B final. And so, women's 1,000-meter quarterfinals. There are 4 heats in all, top 2 from each race, and up to 2 fastest third-placers skaters qualify for the semifinals. Heat 1, Corinne Stoddard, Courtney Sereau, Valentina Asic, Gabriela Topolska, and Eliza Confortola. USA, Canada, Croatia, Poland, and Italy.
Go to the start. Ready.
Interesting field here. Corinne Stoddard.
And there they go.
So consistent. And you have Courtney Sereau. I guess the epitome of consistency when you win the Crystal Globe. Eliza Confortola's had some good results. Gabriela Topolska has skated well in Montreal. And then Valentina Asic always tends to sort of be around there. But it's Confortola getting around into second. And dives up the inside into the lead.
Well, a great move from Eliza Confortola going on the outside of Courtney Sereau, transitioning that speed up the inside of Stoddard to get to the front, but Stoddard not wasting any time going back to the front of the race. This is a real challenge here. We got 3 skaters ranked in the top 6 of the world in this distance between Confortola, Stoddard, and Sereau.
Stoddard has been talking about getting back to feeling relaxed, like she did not have that at the Olympics. She did come away with the medal, but she had her trials. Now she has looked calm, composed, and relaxed. And when that happens with Corinne Stoddard, watch out, everybody else.
Stoddard keeping the pace high, Confortola going up to the front. Keeping an eye on Courtney Sereau, skating on the outside shoulder of Stoddard. That's a great place to be if you want to have a spot. You make some quick acceleration. You got to create room if you're going to make a pass.
Coming up to the bell, Confortola leads. Stoddard, Sereau, Asic. Sereau trying to find the opening. And she's trying to go around the outside. It's the long way around Confortola. And Stoddard going 1 and 2.
Wow, what a race from Confortola there. That was a tremendous challenge going up against Stoddard and Sereau. Eliza Confortola showing she's in great form right now. And we're going to be keeping an eye on these times here. A 1:28.949 was the finishing time of Sereau. That is a fast 1,000. So if we don't have too many advancements, that one will definitely be in the mix for qualifying through to the semifinals.
And if you are just tuning in for the first time ever, and when Tyler makes his assessments and his predictions, they usually hold up. And so we will hold him to that, but a 1:28.949 for Courtney Sereau. She will see if it's one of the 2 fastest third-place times. And again, if there are advancements, those third-place times kind of get tossed out. So here we go. Heat number 2. We continue to look back at heat number 1, but Stoddard bent but didn't break when under pressure from Courtney Sereau. She will move into the semifinals alongside Eliza Confortola. They make their way on. Heat number 2 already out on the ice. Look at them there. See the results. 1:28.739. Confortola got to the lead with an outside and then an inside move in the span of about half a lap.
And then Stoddard took her back, and then she had to regain the lead with that inside pass. So Eliza Confortola moving well out there on the ice.
Confortola did not get an individual medal on the World Tour this season. Here's heat number 2. Jung Chutong, Michelle Velzebor, Gloria Yoriati, Kim Gilly, and Chloe Olivier.
Ready.
The Olympic bronze medalist in this distance, Kim Gilly, is behind Sereau and Sandra Velzebor, but it says Michelle at the front right now. Is Jung Chutong, but now Yoriati hits the front.
Well, Kim Gilly throughout the Olympic Games was just getting stronger and stronger with every event. Excited to see her here this weekend, see if she's continuing that momentum into this World Championship. Looking very calm in position number 4 right now.
It is just hitting the front. That innate ability to find her way through any opening. This time she's going around the outside.
Watch out for Kim
Michelle Belzebor seeing the move of Kim Gilly, jumping up into third.
Olympic champion in 2024, Bristol
Kim
Global
Gilly
winner.
wants to take the lead. She often finds a way. In this case, she does.
Thank you, Tom.
Trying to go up the inside. Didn't quite make it stick. Everybody stayed on their skates, but Belzebor lost a lot of speed, and that opened the door for France to get up there.
Well, we're going to have a review of that now. Michelle Belzebor is trying to get some speed to try to move back up into third.
Makes that inside move, but Kim still on the front. Jump, right in her slipstream. Race for John. Kim and Belzebor perhaps being the seated skaters in this race.
We can see on the back screen here the unofficial times in that previous race. It looks like it was a 1:31, and the time to keep in mind for
that third place time.
to see if she can
Michelle
move on is
Belzebor 1:32.295, so quite a bit slower than that first heat.
Kim Gilly off the start here, very composed, very relaxed, comfortable back in position number 4. Look, Iriati making that earlier move up to the front.
Just going around the outside. And then just
The decisive move from Kim Gilly on the outside. She's such a beautiful passer, making sure she stays clean. We've seen a few skaters over this weekend cutting in a little too early on those outside passes and making contact with the skaters inside. And then those are resulting in penalties, but Kim Gilly doing a beautiful job right there.
national side for no rule violation there, so in the end it is Michelle Belzebor in third with a 1:32.295. And there are the confirmed results. Kim and Jung moving on. Belzebor, we'll see. Hers is the bubble time now. From that previous race. This one, the last two will have very full start lines. 6 skaters in all. There's your start list. Chiara Betti, Shimsuki, Maya Dora Somodi, Alina Ashgalieva, Nicola Mazur, and Diana Lauravegi. Vegi coming through the repechage this morning, and 19 years old. Interesting prospect to look at. Chiara Betti there, who made an A final in this event in Gdansk, Poland, back in November on World Tour.
Well, 6 skaters in this 1,000 meter. That's a busy quarterfinal, so you don't want to get caught back here. I expect to see some movement early towards the front. You want to be in those top positions.
Position 3. Position 2. Position 5. Go to the start. Ready.
So 2 Hungarian skaters in this one, as I mentioned, Vegi and Somodi.
Final race, it's the Polish skater Nicola Mazur up in front, being overtaken right now by the Kazakh skater Ashgalieva.
Ashgalieva,
Movement on
Betti.
the inside, there goes Chiara Betti taking that second spot.
Thought of as a 500-meter skater, but now really coming into her own as a 1,000 as well.
Olympic medalist Shimsuki representing the Republic of
Shimsuki looking on the outside. This is what we expected. A lot of skaters pushing for the lead, but Betti makes contact there with Ashgalieva. So we have 2 skaters going down.
So that was Vegi going down. Mazur got clipped a little bit, stayed on her skates, but lost a lot of speed. And so it is Betti right now. 5 laps to go. Shimsuki in second, and Maya Dora Somodi. This one was a lap. She should get tagged back on, I believe.
With 3 laps to go, it's
Well, the race settled down now after that crash. We have 2.5 laps remaining here. Keeping an eye on Shimsuki. Will she try to make a move on Betti? But Betti's been skating very strongly this weekend.
Holding them off for now. Betty, one of the taller skaters out there. Also Shim, who's so quite tall, and they're just taking up a little more space, and it's difficult for Shomodi to find her way through, but good defensive skating. Kiana Betsy really breaking through quite a bit this year. Shake of the head, though. Always room to improve, even when you win the races.
I think Kiana Betty is a little concerned about that incident that they had earlier. She's not sure what happened there.
It's looking, they're saying a possible lane change of Galieva. Everybody is up and okay. We've seen a lot of unusual crashes that we haven't seen before. You mentioned on the apex of corners, that one was also something just felt strange to me.
Well, you never want your fate to be decided on an official decision. Here's another look. Contact there between Asgalieva and Betty. You can see the left arm getting up. Mazur catching a blade there as Asgalieva goes by into the corner.
Yeah, it's just unusual. It was sort of, she slipped back and then almost took out the rest of the field with her, but it's not an unusual kind of crash that we saw there. Betsy will take it. In the end, we have a decision, and we will go to the ice.
Final decision, penalty for skater number 49 from Kazakhstan.
There it is, lane change outside to in. Asgalieva penalized. That doesn't advance anybody, but we'll get a look from it right here.
You can see that sharp movement, double right foot push across the straightaway, well over inside that blue line, creating that contact by Asgalieva.
And Betsy will just get off me, throwing the arm back. And unfortunate for those not in an advancement position, I look at, it was Vegi who was just caught up behind it. If you're at the front and that happens, you could be in an advancement position, but not so there.
And again, Gavin, that's why it's so often and so valuable to be towards the lead of the race, to be in one of those positions where at least if something goes wrong, that you have that opportunity to be advanced.
So we will get an ice resurface after this next race, ahead of the finals for the men's 1500. You saw the start list there. We'll have Alexandra Velzibor, Nakashima Mie,
Moments away from the start.
Lee So-yoon, Gokli, and Jin Kim. So Netherlands, Japan, Canada, Korea, China, and Australia.
Go to the start.
Gets off the line first, but Brunel gets to the front and she gets the roar from the home fans.
Well, Cassandra Velzibor coming off this Olympics with the gold in the 1,000 meters. She's been skating tremendously well. She's been showing incredible speed this weekend. I like the positioning of Florence Brunel. I expect attack from Cassandra Velzibor, and Brunel wanting to defend that second position behind Velzibor when she makes her move.
Shima got the bump there early and had to slip all the way to the back. Here comes Cassandra Velzibor.
That's the move I was waiting for. Now I want to see Brunel tucked in tight behind Cassandra Velzibor, defend this second position.
She got back like that, but she has a long way to go. Lee So-yoon. And Gokli and Florence Brunel, but Velzibor can just turn on the afterburner whenever she likes when she's at the front. So precarious situation for the rest of the field behind Velzibor.
Well, Cassandra Velzibor, her speed is almost effortless. Florence Brunel doing a tremendous job defending that second position.
And one to go, and just as Tyler said, Cassandra Velzibor just making it look effortless. It just looks like she's out for a Saturday afternoon skate. Cassandra Velzibor into the semifinals. Brunel joining her. So just looking at that third place time, Gumley unofficially at 1:31.24. And 1:31.223 is the corrected time. So it looks like the two third-place times will be Courtney Sereau and that heat we just saw, Lee.
Cassandra Velzenboer just so strong right now. I think she executed exactly the race she was planning for, but also Florence Brunel. I really felt like that was going to be her strategy, to wait, get to the front, let Cassandra Velzenboer make that move and then defend, and she did so just beautifully to maintain that second position. Here's a look at the inside pass from Cassandra Velzenboer.
And Velzenboer, 2 times an Olympic champion in the 500 and the 1000 just a few weeks ago. Looking like the form continues for her. And there are the results confirmed. And indeed, Gung Lee going through as one of those third-place times, the other going to Courtney Sereau. And once again, my esteemed colleague beside me correct in his assessment that that time will hold up in third place all the way to the end. So we'll see them after the ice resurfacing break. That's up right now. As you see the list of qualifiers, it looks like we have the kids race coming out. I think we'll sit this one out, save the vocal cords for coming back. But enjoy the show during the ice resurfacing break. When we come back, it's time for our first finals of the day, 1500 B, and a final that's coming up in about 15 minutes. So talk to you in a bit.
Putting the crown on a championship year.
Tell me who's the champion.
The fireworks could yet happen.
Who will be the champion? Champion. Tell me who's the champion.
So much back and forth, jostling for position.
Breathing down his neck, setting up the pass.
Making a bit of a statement to one of the best in the world, going shoulder to shoulder. Taking off for gold.
Ready to win, let's begin. Hey, who will be the champion?
Montreal gets to bask in the post-Olympic glow. Milano Cortina ended just a few weeks ago, but the short trackers are already back in action this weekend. Tyler, lots to come, lots to look forward to.
Well, the World Championships, the wrap-up of this season, all the skiers are going to be looking to battle for those World Championship titles, and they'll be putting it all out there on the ice. It's going to be some great racing to watch.
Skaters are not going to coast through to the end of the season. They're going to be racing right through the finish line over the course of the weekend.
Loud. Chaos.
Electric.
Speed.
Inspiring.
Winning a world title is the proof, the absolute proof that you're the best in the world in something, and so that can never be taken for granted.
I'm really excited to race at such a high level after the Olympics. Everyone's, so peaked and stuff, so I think World Championships will be really exciting this time.
Yeah, there's world titles on the line, so yeah, that makes it always exciting and special.
It is different pressure because you only have one world champion. You're the number one in something. You're the best of the world. It's unlike anything else.
You either leave the Olympics satisfied or dissatisfied, and to the extremes. To see athletes be able to make the switch, it'll show who's mentally really strong.
But some people who underperformed might be a little more motivated than people who reached their goals. I don't know how much I have left in the tank. We're going to find out this weekend, but I have expectations for myself. I want to perform for Canada. I want to get the crowd going and have a good show for the Canadians.
It's about Montreal. It's about Maurice Richard Arena. I really like the ice. I really like the fans that are coming. I really like the first day of the competition, the Friday when the kids from the schools are coming to watch. It's still a short track, speed skating, so it's really unpredictable and we cannot say, okay, this guy is gone, I'm gonna get him the medal. It's not happening.
이번 세계선수권에서도 몬트리올이기 때문에 좀 그 느낌 그대로 이어가서 좋은 성적 내볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
Obviously, the crowd is always super energetic, and yeah, I just really like racing here in Montreal.
I think for certain athletes that were not happy with how their Olympics go, they're going to be extra dangerous here.
Always gold. Why are you here if you don't want to win? What is wrong with your mentality? You always win.
A good word for many skaters will be revenge.
So this weekend you can expect a lot of action, the legendary races. So I hope you enjoy it as much as I do on the ice.
I still want to win, yeah.
Especially right now, I feel like the ice has never been as fast and as good, and it feels good to be home.
So normally the World Championships is what a lot of skaters build for, but this year is that exceptional year, Tyler, when there is that Olympics right before. But what that does for this World Championships, I would imagine, is to create a whole lot of new storylines for this final event.
Well, absolutely, Gavin. It's always interesting when you have a World Championships following the Olympics. Of course, the Olympics are the focal point of the season for those skaters. However, for those skaters that maybe didn't have the performance they were looking for at the Olympic Games, they're coming back out here for the World Championships, looking for revenge, looking to show where they stand, and looking to grab that World Championship title.
So many new memories created for the skaters in those just completed Olympic Games. Let's hear from them on some of those firsthand accounts.
Off-ice memory was the opening ceremony, like just as we walked out and you could see all the crowds, see all the Olympic rings in the middle, and when they shouted out Great Britain and yeah, just getting to walk out with that team was so special.
It was really an emotional Olympics. We won 2 medals and winning a gold at home is like a dream.
When we won a medal, I crossed the finish. Very soon the whole team came to celebrate that with me, and then it was awesome to win the medal with especially my sister, but the team too.
Winning bronze and silver with my brother, that's our lifetime goal. Just pretty much at high level competition to get on the podium together.
The ice rink was full of people, and when we were with the Italian in our race, the sound was very loud and it gave goosebumps. Even if it's not for us, it's crazy.
The 1500-meter semi-final, I remember coming around the final bend and knowing that I'd won the race, and I had different friends and family come at different times, but for the 15 they were all there, which just made it super special.
In the village, we were all the skaters together with all the ISU members from figure skating and other sports. Ice dance, we had a gold medal, so we could celebrate everybody together.
My family cheering for me for the first time, and it was a big event. So being there with them meant a lot, and it was made my competition more filled with the joy.
We came across the Canadian ice hockey team, and so Jens and I got a picture with our hero growing up, which was Sidney Crosby.
It's cool to see celebrities like Snoop Dogg and Jeff Goldblum, and yeah, I think the Olympics is really cool that way.
That feeling that you have other people from other sports which we don't usually have in a normal season was feeling just special, and that's I think what makes Olympics so unique.
Snow is still falling actually in Montreal. Started last night, continued overnight. I just took a look outside and there's a bit more coming, but I'm told it is warming up, but it's been a weird meteorological week here. It was warm, there was an ice storm, now it's snowing, and what matters is we are all here and we're enjoying the show so far. The lights come back up, the men's 1500 meter B, then A finals, our first World Championship medals to be awarded this weekend. Those skaters are out on the ice. They will all be introduced one at a time. They get sort of the soft introduction where they're right on the ice, and then for the A final, we'll bring out the background and they'll all have the athletes one at a time able to get the big introduction, the showtime introduction. So out on the ice, the 1500 meter B final. I was just checking to see if everybody is on the start line. All 7.
Well, the B finals, Gavin, can still be very important for these skaters. Depending on the country and where you skate, there's different qualification processes in order to achieve funding and secure carding or money for the next year of training. And of course here, these skaters still have the potential to earn a top 10 finish at a World Championships, which could mean an increased level of funding for them if they achieve such a result. So again, every country has a different way of awarding their funding, but we do often know that World Championship results do factor into those decisions.
The eternal struggle of finding support and sponsorships. It's much better to go look and go, hey, I've got a top 10 in this than say, hey, a top 15. That might be the difference of getting a good chunk of money towards your athletic pursuits. Here we go down for the B final introductions.
De la ligne numéro 2, starting in lane number 2, representing the Netherlands, Friso Emmons. De la ligne numéro 3, starting in lane number 3, representing the USA, Brandon Kim. De la ligne numéro 4, starting in lane number 4, representing the Netherlands, Kai Hausman. De la ligne numéro 5, starting in lane number 5, representing the USA, Andrew Yo. De la ligne numéro 6, starting in lane number 6, representing Italy, Luca Speckenhauser. Et de la ligne numéro 7, starting in lane number 7, representing the People's Republic of China, Zhang Bohao.
Down as we will have 8 skaters on the line in the A final coming up.
Go to the start. Ready.
So no worries about time advancements or any of that.
Much different start to the D final than the semifinals. Much more strategic.
Walking pace starts in these, but then it all comes to a head right at the end. So Jumbo How,
one Italian, one Chinese, and one skater representing the Republic of
leadership on the Chinese men's side going forward. And we listed earlier the Chinese men who are not here. Liu Xiaolin, Liu Xiaowang, Lin Xiao Jun, someone all not here, and Zhang a chance to skate individually in some of these events, and he's acquitting himself quite well.
Fourth position, Lucas Beckenhauser.
Well, we see a slower start this 1500 meter. All of these men are focused on winning this race. They're not concerned about any other placing, not concerned about times whatsoever. Brandon Kim makes his move around to the front.
Kim, one of two Americans in the race. One at the front, one at the back, with Andrew Keogh on the back. Jumbo Howe now on the front, but look out, Lucas Beckenhauser, and right in his wake, Jason Emmons coming forward.
Well, we're getting a lot of turnover in the lead here, but every time someone's making a pass, the pace is continuing to accelerate faster and faster as Friso Emmons takes the lead here.
Winding it up on the outside. Here comes Shin Dong-min. Big burst of pace all the way around to the lead.
Well, a beautiful outside move from Shin Dong-min. You got to be careful when you make those passes that you don't overextend or overexpend your energy levels.
Beckenhauser had some room to skate into and maybe attempt to pass, but he's happy to sit in second right now. They will see 4 to go coming around as Shin Dong-min leads. Lucas Beckenhauser leads Friso Emmons.
Shin Dong-min keeping this pace high, making it very difficult to look for passes, but Beckenhauser looking up the inside.
Nice textbook move up the inside, gets around with some room, comfortable by Beckenhauser. And Emmons into second. They will get the bell this time round. Lucas Beckenhauser looking to come away with the B final. Jumbo Howe coming around the outside. He gets around Emmons, but it's a long work. Hausman goes down. Beckenhauser trying to hold him off, and he will do that to take the B final ahead of Emmons and John. But there is one review, and it may have been for that last moment where Jumbo Howe kind of drifted out wide. And it's going to actually be Shin Dong-min for that incident with Kay Hausman. I don't think that affected the result at the line.
Well, Shin Dong-min had that aggressive outside pass to the lead of the race, and then he kept that speed going, but I felt like he maybe just overextended himself there, gave up a little bit too much energy, didn't have the speed to close that race down. Lucas Beckenhauser doing a terrific job. Here's that Shin Dong-min pass around the outside here. Big effort, he looked to keep it going, but the legs started to fade on him. Lucas Beckenhauser taking advantage of that, working his way to the lead, and then defending that position beautifully as he was under pressure on the outside in the final lap from Zhang Bohao right here. Coming down the straightaway, Zhang Bohao just not quite there to get by Beckenhauser. He was carrying some great speed.
This race by Beckenhauser taking the B final. Comes up, Maggie Key, the coach of Italy. Race by Beckenhauser, and they are just reviewing that incident still. Possible arm block on Shin Dong-min. That would have led to the incident with Kay Hausman. Here's a look at it.
That's positions 4 and 5 in the mid-pack. Those skaters shoulder to shoulder right here.
And if it's an arm block, it's tough to see because those are the ones we really see with the low angle
Yeah,
shots.
you want to watch. You're going to watch the left arm. Well, right here at the back of your screen, the left elbow of Hausman. And sometimes, like, it's not always the hand right directly on the leg. Sometimes it might be an elbow.
Alert to get around that, but that also kind of spelled the end of his race as he had to dump a bunch of speed. Let us see, we are all waiting, and there we go. So in the end, just It's a part of racing, no penalty given out, so the results as they finished on the line remain the same. Lucas Beckenhauser, Lisa Mons, Jungbo Howell for the final. And now, the first medals of the weekend. We'll wait for the lights to dim, and then we will have our introductions of 8 skaters towing the line in the A final. Don Janu and the Canadian fans are already making their voices heard. But there we go. Had to get it going. Here we go. That's not what we're doing. There is a technical issue, so they will just introduce them one at a time on the ice without the pipe reel package, unfortunately. But here we go.
De la ligne de départ, numéro 1. Il est le champion du monde en titre sur la distance. Le Canadien volant William Dadjinou. Et le départ numéro 2, the two-time Olympic medalist Rim Jong-un, the Republic of Korea. Et la ligne numéro 3, médaillé d'argent des derniers Jeux Olympiques, Félix Roussel, Canada. Et la ligne numéro 4, the two-time Olympian, Stein de Smet, Belgium. De la ligne numéro 5, two-time Olympic medalist Thomas Nadalini, Italy. De la ligne numéro 6, le double olympien de Montréal, Maxime Lund. Playing in numéro 7, the Olympic 1500-meter finalist, Niall Tracy, Great Britain. Et de la ligne numéro 8, the 2024 bronze medalist in the 1500-meter, Brandon Corey, Australia.
Don Janu. He said a few weeks ago, one day I will be Olympic champion, mark my words, but today he has a world championship to defend. And he has 2 teammates with him. Don Janu, M. Roussel, De Smet, Nadalini, Laoun, Tracy, and Corey. 8 skaters, first world championship on the line here in Montreal.
Go to the start. Ready.
Alongside him, Im Jong-un. introduced himself to us here back in October, winning the first World Tour medal of the season on his debut. Brendan Corey, a guy who last year, the World Championships, crashed out, got a blade a little too close to the neck for our comfort, but he was okay. But back now, and in an A final, Niall Tracy, a guy who has been skating some of the best races of his life, making an A final at the Olympics. Here he is in an A final at the World Championships. So much to watch for.
You know, William Danjanu going to lead. I always love to see him up near the front. Im Jong-un back in position number 4. He's an incredibly strong passer, so we got to watch for him later in the race. Brendan Corey and Niall Tracy trading back and forth out front right now, but William Danjanu in great position, number 3.
You know how well Danjanu can shift, and is he doing it right now? Not just yet, just moving into second. Every stride he takes is being watched and cheered on for by the home crowd.
We're inside 7 laps to go. Skaters are going to have to start to move because the pace is going to accelerate quickly. Felix Roussel tucking in behind teammate William Danjanu in 3rd position now.
Niall Tracy leading, Canadian 2nd and 3rd. Tracy still in the lead. He is very good at the front, tough to pass. But Danjanu is a world-class passer, and he is trying to make the move around the outside, and Roussel tried to follow.
Carrying his speed beautifully, 2 arms on his back still. Felix Roussel now in position 2 behind Danjanu. Natalini now trying to strike on the outside, but William Danjanu loses his footing.
Roussel is in front, and that makes this race absolutely wide open. Danjanu down on his own, no contact. Brendan Corey, is he about to make the move?
Im Jong-un looking for an opportunity on the outside. Corey up the center.
Corey up the inside. Here comes Im Jong-un. Oh my goodness, what a move! Im Jong-un, can you believe it? World champion. That was sensational.
My goodness, what a finish.
In your life, have you ever seen something like that? 4th to 1st. Brendan Corey 2nd, Thomas Natalini 3rd.
All the drama just unfolding in the last laps there. A terribly unfortunate fall from William Danjanu. He had full control out front. And then Brendan Corey looking for that inside pass up the inside of Felix Roussel, and that just led to the chaos unfolding in the final moments of that race. We do have a review on that.
So what's looking at is a possible Brendan Corey failure to give way on Felix Roussel. That would have been when he would have tried to pass. When we see those failure to give ways. But I think his ascendancy in his world.
Look, William Danjanu just breaking out on that left foot. And here's Brendan Corey trying to jump up the inside. Felix Roussel looks like he may still be in that lead position going into that corner, getting bumped out. Corey and Tracy then losing all their speed. And Im Jong-un carrying it from the outside, takes advantage of that moment.
Just so young, but he saw the traffic in front of him and somehow found his way right to the front.
Well, in those
Vision
final
beyond his
laps,
years.
yeah, well, in those final laps, you're just waiting for that opportunity to strike. Im Jong-un did a tremendous job building up his speed, waiting for something to happen, looking for that opportunity. And when it struck, he capitalized.
They're going to wait for that final word. Great race for Corey, getting into that position. Natalini, if he lands on the podium, he made his first won his first senior medals this year on World Tour, and Corey dreading what he might hear. They'll await the word, and to the ice you go.
Final decision, penalty for skater number 2-0 from Australia.
In the previous race, penalty given to the skater from Australia, Brendan Corey, end of straight inside skater, failure to give way.
Penalty to Brendan Corey. Just right up here. It's failure to give way, just not quite in front. The opening was there, but that's what happens. You have to really be through. Shoulders passed, and Cell went out wide. Penalty to Corey. That means your podium, Im Jong-un, is the 1,500-meter world champion. Fantastic moments from him. Thomas Natalini in silver. Stan DeSmet peaks again at the right time. Another world championship medal for him. Just want to confirm once again, just like last season, did not medal individually on World Tour, but he does at the World Championship. Im Natalini DeSmet, your podium. Wondering if you're a regular World Tour viewer, yes, Tyler Dara is hustling down to ice level. He'll strap on the skates for an interview with our champion Im Jong-un. That will come up after the victory ceremony, but there are people here tonight that we've had at World Tour, and so the challenge we'll see, will he make it down? Right positions, and then I will go silent when we throw down for the victory ceremony and the crowning of a new world champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, la cérémonie de remise de médailles pour l'épreuve masculine du 1500 mètres championnat du monde ISU CNSG. The courte de piste 2026, the medal ceremony for the men's 1500 meter, the ISU CNSG Short Track World Championship 2026. Les médailles seront présentées par the medals will be presented by the president of the ISU, Mr. Jae-Yul Kim. Accompagné accompanied by Mr. Ron Weiser, président de Patinage à Vitesse Canada. Et Beata Padar, referee. En troisième position, gagnant de la médaille de bronze. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, representing Belgium, Stan DeSmet. Stan DeSmet. En deuxième position, gagnant de la médaille d'argent. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Italy, Thomas Nadalini. Thomas Nadalini. En première position, gagnant de la médaille d'or et champion du monde du 1500 mètres courte de piste 2026. In first place, winner of the gold medal and 2026 World Short Track Champion 1500 meter, representing the Republic of Korea, Rim Jong-un. Rim Jong-un. Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national de la République de Corée. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please rise for the national anthem of the Republic of Korea. Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists.
Podium prizes go. Nice jar of maple syrup. Ranks right up there. Throw it down to the ice, and once again, we're going to look at Tyler. Got him with the winner in Jong-un. We knew there was promise, but that promise has quickly been fulfilled.
Le nouveau champion du monde, la jeune sensation coréenne âgée de 19 ans, Rim Jong-un, semble de votre petite photo de famille auparavant, et par la suite, eh bien, ce sera notre ami Tyler qui fera l'entrevue d'usage. So Tyler, over to you for the interview with the newest world champion.
Well, I'm down here on the ice with Im Jong-un, the new 1,500-meter world champion. How special is this? How great does it feel?
In the first season of competition in Montreal, I said so happy. And this time is so happy much.
So Im Jong-un, like you said, you have both of your victories here in Montreal. How much do you love racing here in Montreal?
Oh, I love Montreal ice rink, and I think this fields and racing is good at Montreal.
Congratulations, world champion Im Jong-un.
What a showing by the young men.
World champion. Something of a trend. Jong-un taking the first gold medal on race weekend in Montreal. He did that. World Tour at #1 to start the season back in October. And doing the trick once again. Open the World Championships. Our first gold medal going to the Republic of Korea. No ice break needed for this one. Right back to action with the women's 1,000-meter semifinals. 2 heats coming up as Tyler navigates his way back up here. I'll try to guide you solo for the next little bit. 2 races in all in the semifinals. 5 skaters in each. Top 2 from each race and up to 1 fastest third place skater qualifies for the A final. And we do hear the cheer. Courtney Sereau, Crystal Globe winner from the World Tour. And there is the full start list. 3 of those skaters raced together in the quarterfinals. Confortola, Stoddard, Sereau. Also here, you got a Benti and Shin Soki. A lot of skaters. We saw Confortola winning her quarterfinal ahead of Stoddard and Sereau. Benti in good form.
Go to the start. Ready.
Clicked off the line. Shim opts to go right to the back and will monitor things from the back of the race for a little bit, but it is Corinne Stoddard on the front. Confortola, Sereau is happy to sit a little bit further behind in the last race this time around. There it is, the native of New Brunswick on the front. Stoddard and Sereau had some great battles on the World Tour this season. Confortola, her path forward blocked this time. But it is Stoddard, Pacific Northwest of the United States, on the front. Keep an eye out. Shimsuki opted to go to the back. We'll see how she will try to move forward. Confortola trying to make the lead. Stoddard holds her off. Yes, she does. It's Italy, though, 2 and 3, as Corinne Stoddard takes the front. And Sereau tried to make a move for third, but took a bump, and she's lost all kinds of speed. That might be her race over. There will be a review there, but it is Stoddard and Confortola 1 and 2 right now. Welcome back, Tyler. Back to the Gavin. Corinne Stoddard taking the bell, and again, another very composed, relaxed finish by the American. Maybe with a little chip on her shoulder, looking very, very good in all of her racing so far in Montreal.
A strong race from Corey Stoddard there, but Elisa Confortola looking so comfortable in second position behind her. That's a sign of good things to come for her.
Corey Stoddard
coming into this event. Confortola made a social media post saying it was an Olympics full of memories, a great moment, but the work is still not done yet. She has been all business so far.
Courtney Thoreau having some challenges, not the typical form we're used to seeing her in. I think she's, you know, coming off the Olympics, which was just a tremendous competition for her, and maybe not quite everything that she has, you know, able to deliver on the ice today.
That's one of the things they're doing there. That bump with Confortola, you saw they're going, I'm not doing anything, because Confortola tried to squeeze it right there. And so it is Thoreau being looked at in 2 incidents, the other involving Chiara Betti, but she'll be coming back to that for a moment. The Olympic hangover is very real. Even fans just watching at home, they go, well, now what? Now that they're done, imagine it for an athlete.
Well, there's so much build-up, so much anticipation towards the Olympic Games, and then you finish it, and then you got to try to refocus again.
Nice chat with Im Jong-un there.
Oh, it was great to see him
first
down there.
interview at the start of the season.
I told him afterwards his English is getting much better.
Corinne Stoddard, Elisa Confortola. So the results are confirmed. Chiara Betti will see if 129.074 will hold up. Heat number 2 of 2. 1,000-meter semis. Sandra Velzeboer, Florence Brunel will see if she can fly the flag for Canada. Gung Lee, Jung Chutong, 2 Chinese skaters, and Kim Gil-lee will see if she can follow her teammates to the A final and replicate, make it 2 for 2 for Korea so far.
Well, we talked about how strong Sandra Velzeboer has been looking this weekend, but if anyone can challenge her, Kim Gil-lee looks like the skater who can do it. This will be an early test between the two of them, with the likes of Florence Brunel in the mix, as well as Gong Li and Zhang Chutong.
Go to the start. Red.
Talk about the Chinese men's side, taking a look at a number of other skaters, their youngsters coming through. The women's side, this really is a lot of their top of the best.
Yeah, this is their typical A skaters that the Chinese team has brought in the women's side. Florence Brunel applying a very similar strategy to what we saw in the quarterfinals when she was up against Sandra Velzeboer. Get to the lead, control the front, and look to try to get in behind Cassandra Velzeboer when she makes a move. But on the outside, Zhang Chutong looking to change things up.
And here comes Kim on the outside, sensing the danger perhaps. Cassandra Velzeboer opts to shift into another gear up the inside, but that won't stop Kim Gil-lee into second, slotting in there behind Zhang Chutong.
Keeping an eye on Cassandra Velzeboer in third position. She's such an explosive, powerful skater. She can really make a pass happen quickly, but Kim Gil-lee strikes first on the outside. Cassandra Velzeboer jumps up the inside.
Velzeboer just so fast, even when Gil-lee, Kim is making the move. Velzeboer, that extra little step, a little coming together there, but Kim, that's a lot of energy around the outside, but she does make it into second. It will be Sandra Velzeboer just when she needs it. There's that extra speed. It helps that you're the fastest woman in the world. But it is Sandra Velzeboer looking to do the Olympic and world double in the 1,000.
Just another commanding performance from Sandra Velzeboer. Kim Gil-lee was looking really strong in that race, and often once you get that second spot, you maybe don't want to show all your cards just yet. Save a little something for that final.
What a final it will be. They will join Corinne Stoddard, Elisa Confortola, and it looks like Chiara Betti's time will stand up. This race was a little bit slower than that, so what a final that'll be. Stoddard, Confortola, Velzeboer, Kim, and Betti. And I mean, so many times Stoddard has been on the podium, but behind Courtney Thoreau. Maybe the fact that Thoreau is not there will be the difference maker.
I was talking with Corey Stoddard's coach, and she went 12 for 12 of A finals on the World Tour this year. Her worst finish was 5th place. That is just phenomenal, and that was a crash in one of the races.
Donjanu gets the chance to quickly make amends. He steps onto the ice and immediately calls for sound as we shift over to the men's 500 meters. There is a look back at the women's 1,000 semifinals. We will see that coming on the other side of the ice resurfacing break. And there's a look at what will be eye-catching A final to be sure. There's the B final as well. Now we will go back for the men's 500-meter quarterfinals. As I mentioned, 4 heats in all. And the top 2 from each race and up to 2 fastest third-place skaters will go for the semifinal. The reigning world champion, reigning Olympic champion, Steven Dubois goes in heat number 2. But this one has William Donjanu, Renus Berzins, Andrew Hio, Felix Pigeon, and Nico Anderman. Canada, Latvia, USA, Poland, and Austria.
Well, this is a really quick turnaround for Donjanu coming off that 1,500-meter final with that unfortunate fall. He's really got to try to block that out of his mind. You can't hold back at all in a 500-meter, especially when you want that time to get that better lane position.
Go to the start. Ready.
Rio does have a gold medal on World Tour coming out of position 3, but it is Donjanu. I don't think he was going to get mad. He's going to get even, and he is off and away. Berzins challenge accepted, trying to stay close to the Canadian.
Donjanu just hammering off the front. A beautiful speed track right now. Watch that long, wide exit. Just shortening up that straightaway as much as possible, carrying so much speed here. 8-1, second lap. A bit of a slip, he holds it.
This time he does keep the blades down that same corner.
Berzins down in that corner.
But Berzins is down, and that opens the door for Hio. But here comes Felix Pigeon. But it is William Donjanu. A nervous moment, but he comes through.
Well, Donjanu flying in that middle section there, an 8.10. That is a blistering lap to put down. Coming off that, showing no signs there early, but he did battle that slip this time again in that same corner, but he was able to hold on. A 40, what was the final? 40.28. That's a strong time, and we talk about so often that lane position in the 500 is just absolutely critical. We always refer to time for the next round. It doesn't matter what place you are, you've got to get that quick time to better your lane position in the semifinal. And let's see how well that time stand up against the rest. So here's another look at that slip on that left foot.
Under of half a second, there would have been a thought of, oh, not again. But he makes it through. Hio joins him. Felix Pigeon, we'll see how that third place time holds up. 40.624. And Donjanu, one step closer to another A5 into the 70s. Number 2, as I mentioned, we'll have the world champion for at least the next, let's say, hour or so. And we'll see if it will continue. He is the Olympic champion in this distance. That's Steven Dubois coming up in moments, but first look back at the results from that previous race. Dubois, Jungbo Hao, Stan Desmet, Luka Jasic, and Thomas Natalini. An experience for a guy like Luka Jasic out of Serbia, the lone Serbian skater. And one of those guys that you're nodding along going, something coming with this kid.
Oh, he's got a bright future ahead of him. This is a great experience for him, making it to the quarterfinals in the 500 meter at the World Championships.
Rubbing shoulders. Natalini, Desmet, in between of guys who were just on the podium a moment ago. And
Go
to
the start.
From China.
Ready.
Look off the line, Dubois. Nobody able to jump a position, but Natalini trying to get up into 4th, but nothing there. But Dubois showing the benefit of position 1, clear air in front of it.
Steven Dubois, as always, just cruising out front. 8.19 lap time there. Just off the pace of William Donjanu before. But Dubois just all control. Stan Desmet's tracking down in 3rd, sizing up an inside pass on Jungbo Hao.
Desmet, the master of the late moves, gets up into 2nd. Natalini doesn't get to 3rd, but Dubois and Desmet, we know, looking good to move on. I think Natalini may have just gotten up. free skater wants in the 500 meters. Nobody jumped off the line quicker than anybody. Nobody made up a position, but Desmet, when he's close, when it's late, you will count on him to at least attempt to move, and this time another nice move up the inside.
Stan Desmet never holds back. He's always going to look for that opportunity. He fights right through every race. Stephen Dubois doing what he does in the 500. I think it's safe to say he's the best 500-meter skater there is. He can attack the race in so many different ways. He has that blistering fast start. He's always, typically we see him always first after that first corner, but we see him change up the tactics sometimes. He might slow it down, cause some traffic behind him, re-accelerate, so explosive.
And Thomas Natalini's third place time was 0.02 of a second quicker than Felix Pigeon. So right now in those standings, to see who can move into the semis, it is Natalini on top, ahead of Pigeon. But here's heat number 3. Hwang Dae-han, Petros Segal, Im Jong-un. No rest for him. Abzalash Galiev and Brendan Corey, no rest for him either. Heartbreak not too long ago. The reaction spoke volumes. He was headed, I don't know if you saw it going down. He had his head on the mat while he awaited the word, wondering, did he know that there was a chance that a penalty was coming in, hoping against hope that they didn't see anything.
I'd actually chatted with Brendan really quickly there after the race, and he said, you know, I had a chance to be world champion. I felt I had to go for it, and he said he took pride in knowing that he really gave it his best, and he was in the race and feeling good.
He's, again, one of those guys you really can't help but root for, one of the nice guys you meet out there, and he lit that race up. We'll see what he can do in the 500. Not his preferred event, but here we go with Hwang, Segal, Im Ashgaliev.
Go to the start. Ready.
Off the line, we are not going to make it all the way through, and we will start again. Segal, we did not see in the 1500. A couple skaters opting not to do it. Jens Van Hout also not doing the 1500 here, but Segal immediately.
Well, there was a heavy clash between that left blade. It was the right blade. Trying to watch again here. Oh, it was the right blade of Im Jong-un there. Both skaters jumping off quickly to get those blades tuned up. Im Jong-un going with a full blade replacement by the looks of it. Often these skaters have somewhere upwards between 5 to 7 pairs of spare blades sharpened and ready to go for them on the sidelines. In some sets they have specifically catered to the 500-meter event or the 1500-meter event. Each race demands something a little bit different. Obviously, the 500 is all about that speed. You want to have that grip in the corners.
So Ashgaliev sitting on the mat, catching his breath. That's the tough challenge. Out of position number 4. Segal's the top seeded skater in this distance, ranked number 2. Ashgaliev from Kazakhstan is ranked number 19, but there's not a lot separating these ranks when it comes down to the top of the pile. So we'll try to go again. Positions 1 through 5. Hwang, Segal, Im, Ashgaliev, and Corey. Korea, Italy, Korea, Kazakhstan, Australia.
Go to the start. Ready.
This time, everybody does get through. No extra clicks or clacks of the blades. We are off and racing. Great start for Hwang Dae-han.
Well, Petros Segal, he's opened up a little bit of gap on Hwang Dae-han, but that's intentional to allow him to try to accelerate into a pass. You want to create some space, and Petros Segal on the outside. Are you kidding me right now? Going shoulder to shoulder with Hwang Dae-han.
And he can't make it stick. Hwang holds him off. Segal did accelerate into the pass, but is that missed opportunity for him? Does it cost him speed? Here comes Im Jong-un into second to try to make it Korea 1 and 2. Segal holds him off, and Segal does get over the line second. I imagine that will get a look. But Wang Daehan, defensive posture coming through there.
Well, Wang Daehan very aware as soon as he felt Pietro Segal kind of extending that track a little bit further wide, making Pietro Segal have to take that pass even further around the outside at a 500, which is so challenging to do. And that zapped a lot of speed. That opened the door for Im Jong-un to then challenge Pietro Segal in that second position. We'll watch for the replay here. But watch, Pietro Segal intentionally leaves a little bit of a gap so he can accelerate. Here he is going on the outside. Wang Daehan is going to try to keep Pietro Segal going out long, wide. See the wide exit for Wang Daehan there, keeping Pietro stuck out there and having to relinquish the pass attempt. But then Im Jong-un getting in ahead there on the corner. Just hip to hip through that apex.
We'll see. It was cleared. There was no impact on the race for that little collision there. And so Segal and Funk will go through. The third place time of Im Jong-un, 41.578. Not enough to knock off either of the other two times. All smiles, Segal for now. We'll see him in the semifinals. One more heat still to come, and this one will have 6 skaters on the line as they have for Funk and Segal moving through. You hear the roar. Maxime Laoun back out in what is maybe his more preferred distance. But Brandon Kim, Jens Van Fout, Furkan Khan, Maxime Laoun, Miyata Shogo, and Lee Kun.
Go to the start. Ready.
Tough to be Lee Kun out in position number 6, but he did get a good jump, but Brandon Kim does go down, so we will restart. I was just looking at Lee way out in position number 6, but he jumped off the line really well.
Well, yeah, we got to watch this replay because, you know, the start's usually called back, but I thought this might have been a toe-in from Brandon Kim on his own here, and which then it impedes the start for the rest of the skaters, which is why they need to call it back. But typically, if you were to toe in and not interfere with somebody else, they wouldn't recall the race. But Brandon Kim going down on his own, then interrupting everybody else's, making for an unfair start.
Again, the benefits of position 1, because had he gone down on his own, they wouldn't have brought it back, but he got in the way of everybody else.
Exactly.
So they had to bring it back.
That's where I was kind of like, at first, but then realizing, okay, yes, he then interfered with everybody else's start, thus justifying the callback. But if he had been in position 6 here and then not interfered, as you said, Gavin, they could have let that one go. And when you have it, so Brandon Kim there getting the blades checked out, when you have a heavy toe-in on the ice, what that does is can really impact the bend of your blade. So the bend is what helps you turn the corners, but you apply a big force like that from a heavy toe-in, it can make the bend and disrupt the bend. So it's either going to be a loosen and tighten to try to get the bend back, or just a full blade replacement.
And then, of course, the patchwork on the ice. The toe-in will carve a nice chunk out of it.
6 skaters in this 500 meters, so everybody antsy on the start line. You're trying to better your position any way you can in this first lap.
Make sure that everything is ready to go for the next race.
And we will head into an ice resurface after this race. The women's 1,000-meter finals on the other side. B final, A final. And then there'll be the ceremony. You'll have to run down again. Nicely done the first time, and then we'll be back for the 500 semis. So catch a break after this one, but again, 6 skaters on the line in a 500 meters.
Go to the start. Ready.
Hold your breath. Here we go. Everybody does make it through. And again, Lee trying to get around the outside from 6th position. And he gets up to 4th. Nice start from him.
Brandon Kim flew up that start line, but he's struggling on that new blade by the looks of it, not holding that corner well. Jens van Wout strikes through, but we're caught a car up the inside.
Oh, what a move up the inside, a car into the lead. And Jens van Wout right with him. Here comes Laun into fourth. But Furkan Akar, the guy we've not mentioned a lot, but we do know how fast he is. Van Wout probing for an opening, it's not there. I think Lee got a whack in the face. Just about lost the glasses in Furkan Akar. And Jens van Wout coming through, and that is a great result for Akar, presuming the results hold. And what is being reviewed is Maxime Lee. But Akar spotted it.
He saw it. Brandon Kim was struggling. He ditched a lot of speed. Jens van Wout came up with him with a lot of velocity and kind of had it mistimed on the corner. Furkan Akar seeing that opportunity and striking. Here's that quick start from Brandon Kim right here, just flying out of the gates, opening up a nice lead. But right here you can see him struggling, not comfortable. Furkan Akar jumping up the inside, just timed it beautifully. Now Jens van Wout here, looking for the inside pass, but Maxime Laun battling his way up to third. The crowd was roaring so loud, I couldn't even hear the bell go on that race.
Lee had his helmet knocked and his glasses askew coming down the stretch there. But Akar, we know the top end speed is there, but that was a great moment for him, especially beating the likes of Jens van Wout.
Well, Jens van Wout had a look there too. At one point, he was kind of carrying his speed out wide, looked to jump back up the inside, but Furkan Akar did a terrific job closing that inside lane off, preventing Jens van Wout from working his way by.
And so the review was cleared. So we have those results official. Akar and van Wout. So it's clean racing. Pigeon and Natalini will go through in third place. Those of you will see in the semifinals coming up after the women's 1,000-meter BNA final. And that comes after the next ice resurfacing break. We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes time. So talk to you in a bit.
Training facility for the training.
Yeah, they have really nice.
Now, the lead into those Olympic Games was, of course, the ISU Short Track World Tour. It was all Canada for the men's, women's, and team Crystal Globe. Let's take a look back at the season that was.
Of course, I always want to win everything. So that's just my temperament, how I am as a person, and so there was a lot of doubt, of course, a lot of doubt on my mind, and if I was going to be able to do it, and I managed to do it. So it was a great season. The first weekend in Montreal didn't go my way. I did win the first event, which was a 500. You know, I had to do some technical adjustments and bounce back for the second weekend. I won everything, so that was pretty much my highlight of that season. It had never been done, and something I never knew was possible even. So yeah, it felt great. Repeating the Crystal Globe was amazing. With that achievement, I kind of put myself in the books. Being able to put a stamp on the sport my way was amazing. I feel like I stayed authentic to myself, you know, my racing style, my racing lines, and I've never been shy of my ambitions to be one of the greatest short track speed skaters of all time, and so I feel like if I want to do that, I have to reflect on what I have to work on, and I'll have some surprises for you, but I can't tell you everything for the moment.
I think 9-10 months ago, it was just enjoy speed skating and be in the moment and enjoy like the process and kind of the grind of everything. And Coming back the first distance of the year, it was like my statement, like, I'm back. Hey, did you guys miss me?
But it's Thoreau. And it is Thoreau, emphatically, another goal.
My 500 meter in the Netherlands was something that I'll definitely keep with me. I didn't even know I was capable of doing that, and I didn't even know I could move like that. It just happened.
Thoreau is gold again.
Definitely my best season yet. Being able to get the Crystal Globe was definitely something special, and I was dreaming of that. Every time I saw someone with the Crystal Globe, I was like, that'd feel pretty good to get the Crystal Globe. I'm honored to be where I am with the #1 on my helmet, but nothing is deserved, and we have to fight for something we want every single day, no matter if you earned it the last race or the last year.
The team is everything. We always put that forward just because we're surrounded by dedicated people that have been within short track for so long.
We hold ourselves to a really high standard in Canada, and it's just motivating to see everyone like that, and you have just no choice but to also hold yourself to that standard. So I think that's kind of why we're such a successful bunch.
Winning that Team Crystal Globe, it's not just about proving to everybody what we're worth, but it's also about celebrating with our staff members who put so much energy in us performing. So we like to celebrate together and keep that as a reminder that we can, when we put the right efforts in the right place, we can be the best team in the world.
All 3 Crystal Globes going back to Canada at the end of an incredible season. Tyler, how special was that for the Canadian program?
Well, obviously the World Tour season was phenomenal for the Canadian team. They moved on to the Olympics, where they captured 5 Olympic medals, which was highlighted by Stephen Dubois' 500-meter Olympic gold.
And so the Canadians really the story on the World Tour part of the season, but when it came to the Olympics, the Italians, the home side, had one to remember. Let's hear from them.
What's my dream? My dream was to get that gold, so yeah, I think I made it.
My dream as a little kid was to compete at the Olympics. We kind of lived the dream.
From Beijing, we grew up so much. We grew up together, and that's what made the connection between us even stronger. So I think we came a long way. And yeah, in Milano, we were ready.
The opening ceremony was just something crazy. We were the last team coming in the stadium, and we kind of heard the Italians on the stands just cheering for us and doing so much noise. It was something very, very incredible. That moment gave us so much energy for the whole Olympic Games.
The night before the race, I felt like a kid, like I had sweet dreams, and it was so my body already knew what would have come that day. In the changing room, we were so weirdly relaxed, we already knew what was about to happen. We already knew that that gold was about to get real for us. But the final of the Olympics, where we got the gold, it felt like the easiest mixed relay final I've ever skated. We were just in the front and just doing what we could do. It was enough to get first, so it was so good.
We did really good because Pietro had a chance to finish with so much space, so he can turn around and just arrive with the back. We were excited because we knew we won, but at the same time watching him just arrive with the back was super funny.
I didn't expect that, but yeah, I mean, we were winning goals, so we could do everything we wanted basically. That shows that we were there to have fun also, not just to win, but to have fun while winning. I was trying to keep myself together because I was like, yeah, I gotta stay composed a little bit. But then I starting doing the run inside the rink, and I was seeing friends and volunteers crying for what we did, so I just started ugly crying so bad. paying you for every sacrifice you did, not just in this year, but in the past years. Not just the sacrifices I made, but also my family and my friends and my siblings.
Skating in Italy and winning in Italy was a dream come true, and probably much more than we expected. Winning the gold medal with the mixed relay and like singing the Italian anthem was something special, something that gives me goosebumps even now. So it was a very special moment for me, but I think also for the whole team.
The Italians really setting the tone early on with that gold in the mixed relay, but so many storylines for that program came out of the Olympics. What really stood out for you?
Well, of course, the women's team followed up with a silver medal in the relay, and then Ariana Fontana capturing a silver medal in the 500 meter. And we have to nod to her. That's 14 Olympic medals for Ariana Fontana. She is the most decorated short track speed skater in history at the Olympic Games, and just an incredible achievement for her.
Still lots more to come, though, from here in Montreal at the World Championships. Stay with us. Sheet of ice, the lights, pardon me, are back up, and we have a couple more finals to come. The next world champion to be crowned will be in the women's 1,000 meters. First, there will be the B final. Five skaters will be in this one. Then we have what could be a cracking race for the medals, but we'll make you wait just a little bit more. Still to come on the medal front will be the men's 500 meters. Other medals to be handed out today will be the women's 3,000 meter relay. So long way to go, but it will fly through our program today. As the people start milling about, the track stewards out there pointed out before that we've had the great Canadian Charles Lamelin as a track steward. There's another skater out there with World Tour experience, Isabella Caicedo. She represents Colombia on the World Tour, but she's working as a track steward this weekend. And
great spot.
Well, she spotted me. It's not often people recognize who I am, but I remembered who she was, because when you're a team of one, you're easy to remember. But I asked if she will be back out, and that's the plan. But for this weekend, she's one of the track stewards there. So she lives here, she's from here, but representing Colombia. But yeah, I'll always have a special place in my heart for people who recognize me. Set up. The table is set, so to speak. We're just waiting for the guests to arrive. And here we go. First on the ice is Florence Brunel of Canada. So we'll go through who is in this B final. As I mentioned, Florence Brunel, one of two Canadians, two skaters from China, and one from Korea. We have two on the ice right now, Brunel and Jung Chutang. Let's see if everyone else, I know Courtney Sereau, she really took her foot off the gas when she was out of the running in the previous race, so I'm wondering if she might just decide to say, you know what, I've done a lot of racing this year, there's still more to come this weekend, and this might be one that she decides to pull the chute on a little bit.
Well, some of these skaters still have relay finals this afternoon, so they may be opting out of this 1,000-meter B final in order to buy some time to rest and recover before those events.
And we were talking about the exhaustion that one feels. And for a skater like this, like Sauro, she was thrust into the national spotlight. If you are not watching from Canada, you know, when you win 4 medals, you go from someone who you hear about in passing to all of a sudden everybody knowing your name and everybody wanting a piece of your time. And it's exhausting. And so it will be a head-to-head 1,000-meter B final.
Chang Chutong. Et de la ligne de départ, numéro 2, double olympienne, double médaillée olympique du Canada, Laurence Brunel.
Now, of course, Gavin, what stands out, if you follow us on the World Tour, we did have a similar head-to-head B final with Roberts Kruisbergs and Thomas Natalini. It was quite exciting to watch.
One of the most fun races we had all year. Catherine Reuter-Adamek was alongside me in Poland, and they just had fun. They went head-to-head, and then one of them crashed. But then at that one, Natalini waited until the end for Kruisbergs to catch up and then stepped over the line. And so the chess match begins, but yeah, at the end of the season, exhaustion is part of things, especially when there's still a lot of racing still to come. And so we have fun with this too.
Well, it's an interesting strategy here. Do you want to sit in second, maybe draw back a little bit, accelerate, catch the other skater off guard, create some separation? Or do you want to be the lead skater who responds first and then control from the front? So it's an interesting way to look at it. Do you want to have that lead and defend it, or do you want to sit in second and look to make that late finishing move? And again, of course, with only 2 of them, I expect to see them go a little bit longer, really slow around the track like this.
In track cycling, there's something called the track stand, where they literally go side by side and nobody moves. Well, that happened here, but Brunel is just sort of meandering side by side, staying big in the rear view mirrors, but now we'll start to pick it up.
Well, now you see they're starting to get the feet moving, they're starting to get lower in their positions. Chang Chutong being the first to make the move to pick up the pace a little bit.
The game's afoot with 5 to go, but now they're picking it up. Or if they'll just sort of, let's go side by side and who can win a drag race to the finish. But Brunel sitting in the draft right now, it is Jung. Right now, Brunel dash up the inside for the lead.
3 laps to go here. The battle is on. Chang Chutong looking to respond up the inside. Laurence Brunel shifts wide, trying to build to respond.
They have traded the lead. 2 to go. Brunel has a bit of a gap, but that's something that she can skate into and maybe try to pass. 1 to go. Jung is holding her off for now, and Brunel, I don't know if that is just too much of a gap to close, and in the end it will be Chang Chutong taking the B final and 6th place along with him.
C'est le Chinois de Chang Chutong qui l'emporte dans cette finale B et qui, selon Nouvelle-Semblance, viendra.
There's a lot of space in that coach's box with 2 skaters. You look over and there's the coach's box is where the coaches go. And there's 2 in there and all kinds of room to spread out a little bit. Now it'll be a little more full for the A final.
Well, a lot of space in the coach's box, a lot of space on the ice. You can see how the number of skaters really changes the dynamic of a race. The more skaters you have, the more you are likely to see the speed accelerate more quickly as skaters want to be in those lead positions. So we'll see a real change of pace in the next one. But again, being a final, it may be a little bit slower off the start, but it will heat up quickly.
The final skaters head off. Lots more to come. The women tomorrow have the 500 and the 1500 to race. So lots more racing to come over the course of this weekend. There you go. Jung, Brunel 1 and 2. That means 6 and 7 overall. So the second world champion of the weekend will be crowned. The first individual one for the women, and this just has highlight reel race all over it. The lights go down. Time for the introductions.
De la ligne numéro 1, starting in lane number 1, second overall on the World Tour this season, Corinne Stoddard, USA. De la ligne numéro 2, starting in lane number 2, the two-time Olympic medalist, Elisa Confortola, Italy. De la ligne numéro 3, starting in lane number 3, also a two-time Olympic medalist representing Italy, Chiara Bezzi. De la ligne numéro 4, starting in lane number 4, the reigning 1,000-meter Olympic champion, Sandra Velzeboer, Netherlands. Et de la ligne numéro 5, starting in lane number 5, the 1,000-meter Olympic bronze medalist and two-time Olympic champion, Kim Ki-lee, Republic of Korea.
Weeks ago, Sandra Velzeboer became Olympic champion. Now she will try to back that up here at the World Championships, but it is an absolutely fantastic field. Kim Ki-lee, Corinne Stoddard, and then a pair of Italians. Stoddard, Confortola, Betty, Velzeboer, Ki-lee, Kim.
Go to the start. Ready.
So many things coming into conflict here. Velzeboer has known when to get to the front and then when to add the speed, but Stoddard loves to be at the front and loves to hold people back, and there they are, shoulder to shoulder.
Well, Stoddard responding from the push from Cassandra Velzeboer, as you mentioned, Gavin, that gets this pace moving quite quickly right out of the gate in this first lap. 9.4 second lap time already. They are moving.
Velzeboer is all Kim Ki-lee, the order in a heartbeat. Confortola, Betty both skating incredibly well.
Of course, Stoddard going defensive for the time being behind Cassandra Velzeboer, making sure no one looks up the inside as Lisa Confortola makes the push for it, and she squeezes through. Stoddard looking to respond right back there, shoulder to shoulder in that corner, just holding on.
Stoddard just kept the skates down, but dumped a lot of speed. And it's going to be tough for her to come back. That will get a review, but it is Cassandra Velzeboer.
Kim Ki-lee building outside now. Is this her time to strike? She's carrying some great speed here on the bell.
Trying to go around the outside. Cassandra Velzeboer did it at the Olympics, and she is trying to do it again to prove that it was no fluke. Cassandra Velzeboer is going to...
At the finish!
I don't know! I think Kim might have taken it.
Oh my goodness, we gotta wait for the photo here, but right now, off the transponders, we have Kim Ki-lee.
I think she did get it. I was waiting and holding off on the call until Kim got forward, and then I didn't know. I think Kim did it.
Oh my goodness.
She is celebrating like she's won the World Championship.
What an incredible final lap here in the women's 1,000 meter of the World Championships. Watching this race over, Cassandra Velzeboer.
It is official. Kim Ki-lee gold, Sandra Velzeboer silver, and Elisa Confortola. No individual medals on World Tour, but bronze here at the World Championships.
Another look at the replay. Cassandra Velzeboer doing so much work out front. Kim Gilly, patient as always, carrying so much speed on the outside. There's the lunge. Oh my goodness.
Times it beautifully.
It's so hard to find the legs late in the race to make your way around the outside, but Kim Gilly found that strength within her and was able to carry it.
Rhea, 2 for 2, early going, and there it is by 9 thousandths of a second. Kim Gilly is world champion ahead of Cassandra Velzeboer and Elisa Confortola of Italy. A year ago, that Kim was bronze in the 1500 and silver in the 1,000 in Rotterdam. World championship in the 1500. So, first world championship of any color since 2024 for Kim, but former Crystal Globe winner adding to her extensive list of Polaris. About 998 meters, Cassandra Velzeboer. Through 998 meters, Cassandra Velzeboer was a world champion, but in those final two, Kim Gilly stuck the blade out, won the title. That review that was happened earlier, that was clear, so that's on the final result. But I have no doubt we'll see Cassandra Velzeboer tough to beat in the 500 meters as well. But you'll love to see it. Elisa Confortola making a new friend. I'm sure for a child like that, that's going to be one heck of a memory.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, la cérémonie de remise de médailles pour l'épreuve féminine du 1000 mètres du championnat du monde ISU CNSG de course de piste 2026. The medal ceremony for the women's 1,000 meters at the 2026 ISU CNSG Short Track World Championships. Les médailles seront présentées par. The medals will be presented by the ISU representative and ISU president, Mr. J. Yul Kim. Ex-athlete and 6-time Olympic medalist, Mr. Charles Lyon. And the referee, Miss Beta Padar. En troisième position et gagnante de la médaille de bronze. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Italy, Elisa Confortola. Elisa Confortola. En deuxième position. En deuxième position et gagnante la médaille d'argent. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing the Netherlands, Cassandra Velzeboer. promotion, gagnante la médaille d'or et championne du monde de courte piste 2026 sur 1000 mètres. In first place, winner of the gold medal and world short track champion for the 1,000 meters in 2026, representing the Republic of Korea, Kim Gili. Kim Gili. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever si vous êtes capable pour l'hymne national de la République de la Corée. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able to for the national anthem of the Republic of Korea. Mesdames et messieurs, nos médaillés, ladies and gentlemen, the medalists.
Place maintenant à l'entrevue avec la nouvelle championne du monde sur 1000 mètres, Kim Gili. Tyler, over to you.
Here on the ice with Kim Gili, what an amazing outside pass on the last corner. How does it feel to be the 1,000 meter world champion?
It was exciting, and I'm glad I won the 1,000 meter after a long time ago.
Well, that was an incredible race. Congratulations. Will you do the favor of throwing that out to the crowd? Congratulations, Kim Gili.
Kim Gili, son premier titre mondial sur 1000 mètres. Il a manqué un peu de force dans le bras. Prédérétante finale du 1000 mètres. Et voilà, mission accomplie pour la jeune sensation coréenne déjà. Double champion olympique, triple médaille olympique. Dans quelques instants, on va enligner sur le podium. Et on avance piste les deux grandes demi-finales.
races before the next ice resurfacing break. We'll see the overall classification.
Et croyez-moi, mesdames et messieurs, elle ne sera pas facile. This will be the heat of death. In the men 500-meter semifinal from Italy, Pietro Sigel from the Republic of Korea, the four-time Olympic medalist Han Dae-hon from Italy. He won silver earlier this afternoon. Thomas Nadalini from Belgium, bronze medalist in the 1500-meter Stein de Smet. And representing Canada, William Danjou.
Accepting the plaudits. Danjou will start out of the all-important position
Danjou,
one.
le Canadien volant qui a effectué le 500 mètres le plus rapide des vagues quart de finale, ce qui lui permettra de partir
Nadalini, Juan
de la ligne
Dae-hon,
de départ numéro 1.
and Pietro Sigel. Sigel with the difficult task of coming all the way
Voix
out
silence
from
lorsque
position
nos
5.
demi-finalistes sont à la ligne de départ et sont bien entendre les consignes de Roger Cole.
Go to the start. Ready.
Who's quickest off the line? Danjou is into the corner first overall. Great start by Juan Dae-hon to get up into third. The two Italians sitting at the back, and they have a huge mountain to climb, but it's Danjou off and away by himself. And Danjou, that same corner, it's causing him a little bit of grief, and Nadalini up into third. De Smet losing it a little bit in second position, and now Danjou. What do you have to do? It's heartbreak again for the Canadian. But before you know it, Pietro Sigel is in second with 1 lap to go. De Smet on course for perhaps another A final, but this race is not done yet. Nadalini to try to beat his teammate, and I think he does to the line. Stan De Smet, a man who peaks at the World Championships, it seems, on his way to the A final. Nadalini, I think, jumped ahead and won in the end and jumped in front of Pietro Sigel. But welcome back, Tyler. Stan De Smet, we might have not seen it, on course for another A final. He's a guy who just seems to have the World Championships.
When it comes to the Worlds, Stan De Smet knows how to deliver. He's made the podium a few times over his career at the World Championships. Stellar performance from him right there.
Danjou again, the same corner. He struggled one time around, and then the next time around, that one corner might just look like the most fearsome monster he's ever seen right now.
Well, it's so tough when you just have that memory in your mind of a previous race with a near identical breakout and fall. And who do we get? Thomas Nadalini in second at that shoot against his teammate Pietro Sigel. What a day Thomas Nadalini is having.
What a season Thomas Nadalini's been having. His first senior podium at the World Tour in Gdansk, and here he is on the podium already. You know, this multifaceted men's team on the Italian side. It's not just Sigel anymore. Not that it ever was. There's always been Speckenhauser. There's Nadalini now, and then they have all these other guys coming through, and so.
But De Smet and Nadalini were both on that podium in the 1500 meter, looking to get back there in the 500 now.
And at some point it wasn't just guys who were just feeling it right now. They are locked in.
Yeah, when you get some momentum going, you feel that confidence, you know you're skating well, it can just carry you through a weekend. And adversely to that, you know, William Danjou dealing with the opposite side of that coin, unfortunately.
Displays in contrast. When you're up, you're up. When you're down, you're down. This one will be interesting. Jens van het Vout, he has been under the weather a little bit. We'll see how he's feeling when he has a long way to go, going from position 5. Steven Dubois, Andrew Hio, Felix Pigeon, Furkan Akar, and Jens van het Vout. Canada, USA, Poland, Turkey, and the Netherlands.
Go to the start. Ready.
Oh, and we have a false start.
looks like we had some movements at the start.
There is no second chance.
He knows it. You can see he just froze afterwards on the line. His little shoulder drop right there.
And he knows it. And so I think an appeal from the coach. I thought he was pointing up to the stand. There might have been someone in the crowd who did something there.
Coach Stephen Goff calling out that there was a sound that he was reacting to.
Position 2, false start, penalty.
There was a sound up there.
You can hear him on the microphone there. Our starters do not agree.
Go to the start. Ready.
Everybody is away this time. And again, Dubois off the line like out of a cannon. And look out, Furkan Akar certainly has some wind in his sails right now. Let's see what he can do, but it's Dubois. My goodness, he is pouring away.
Well, Jens van het Waal all the way back to position 4. He has some work to do in this race to get up to second. Up to third ahead of Felix Pigeon. A beautiful pass.
It is Steven Dubois and then everyone else right now, but now the gap starts to come down. Van het Vout, no real panic in him, but he bumps into a car.
Pigeon gets caught up too. Oh my goodness.
Everybody is up, and now it's a race for second. Akar and Pigeon both up. And we've had a whole weekend of incidents that I have never seen. And that again, I've never seen anything like that. But it was Van het Vout who went in on a car, they went down, Pigeon caught up in it.
Unfortunate contact between Jens van het Waal and the Turkish skater.
Jumping away, but then the presence of mind by these guys to know that second place is still on the line.
Well, we'll watch the video breakdown on that one. Two skaters fighting for that second position as Jens van het Waal was looking up the inside of Furkan Akar. Definitely saw a clash of the skates, but we have to watch the body language and movement heading into that collision. Meanwhile, out front, Steven Dubois was just flying in this race. Looking at the lap times, my goodness,
6/10 of a second off the world record.
And he was cruising, he was shutting it down at the end too because he knew he was clear and safe, but there's the clash of the skates.
Incidental.
Yeah.
It's just the tip of the blades, one in front, one in behind. Clip, they both went down, and then Felix Pigeon has nowhere to go. And again, I've not seen many of these domino collisions before this weekend.
And there, Felix Pigeon tried to evade there, but he was too late.
You can see that almost like the birds going around Pigeon's head with his glasses down around there.
So what we see there is Furkan Akar and Jens van het Waal on two opposing strides. So Furkan Akar pushing off the left, Jens van het Waal off the right, those feet coming together and clashing the skates. Get a look right here. That's the feet coming together. Just horrible timing for those two skaters on opposite pushes.
And again, there's just so much space on the ice, and one's doing one and the other is doing the other thing. But yeah, Pigeon, like with the glasses around his face, he's almost just looking like, what just happened to me? It was nice to see everybody get up, but he watched it happen and he has nowhere to go.
You just can't get out of the way. But great awareness from Furkan Akar to jump up as quickly as he possibly could. He saw there was potentially an opportunity. He could still finish second in that race, which he did.
They've just had these interesting things to break down all weekend, and Pigeon, he's not in an advancement spot there. However, was he up into second when he toppled down, although they both did get up and finish, but
well, at the time, the Pigeon was back in fourth position, right? So it wouldn't be an advancement on him. But the officials certainly being put to the test here in Montreal at the World Championships, but it really shows you how hard these skaters are fighting for these World Championship titles, putting everything out there on the line, their bodies included.
These skaters from Turkey, we've seen them show so much potential, particularly in the 500 meters, but getting to an 8 final at the World Championships, what a huge opportunity that would be for Furkan Akar, depending on how the chips fall, depending what they see down there.
Okay.
And so, here we go.
Final decision. Race incident, no rule violation. Advancement for skater number 2 from Netherlands. To A final.
So, Jens Van het Veld, an incident, no penalty.
So again, the feet coming together right there.
So both Jens Van het Veld and Furkan Akar in the A finals. They were battling for second there. That was the decision, and so that throws out the third place time. And it is Stan de Smet, Thomas Natalini, Steven Dubois, Furkan Akar, and Jens Van het Veld in the A final.
Did have the fastest time in both semifinals.
So they will be back coming out on the other side. When we emerge from the next break, it will be the women's 3,000 meter relay semifinals, and then we will see those 500 meter men skating for the final.
Racing will resume at 4:14 p.m.
There you go. As you might have heard the in-ring announcer, 8 minutes until we resume the action. We will join you from the other side back later.
It really was an Olympics to remember for the Netherlands side. Out of 9 gold medals awarded in Italy, 5 of them went to the team in orange. Let's hear from them on some of the moments that stood out to them.
Definitely, I can remember watching the Olympics as a kid. It was a big thing at home, watching sports and especially short track. My dreams were going to the Olympics and becoming Olympic champion. Crazy, actually, to say it like that.
4 years ago, I went to my first Olympics in Beijing. I made the team without knowing I was going there. After that, it was 4 years of just getting ready for the Olympics. The idea of being able to win as much as I won never crossed my mind. I was actually struggling throughout most of the season building up to Milan. I knew I had to try some new things to be able to beat the top contenders. But as soon as I was in Milan and I really felt the form I was in, the top speed, the endurance, I had a lot of confidence. I was told that I was going to be the flag bearer, but it didn't really dawn on me what it all was until I really walked into the San Siro Stadium and I saw like the 80,000 people like waving the flags and clapping and all the noise and stuff. And then it really hit me of how cool it was to be able to do this.
I think the pressure was pretty high for me going into Milan. A lot of victories in the 500 meters, and yeah, I think there was just one still missing. When I got the world record in the semifinals, I said to my coach, like, yeah, okay, it's fun, but the most important parts of the 500 meters still had to be done. Off the line, I had a really good start, and I just was like, okay, all out. Yeah, it was crazy when I crossed the finish line. It was like, yeah, that it actually happened and that I actually did it. It was such a big goal of mine for a very long time.
Her winning didn't really come as a surprise, but it definitely helped our team really kind of switch our mindsets. Going into the 1,000 meter, I think that was probably my best individual distance to be able to medal. In my race, I just decided to switch up my tactics a little bit. Usually I was the one trying to lead, and now I wanted to be the one hunting. So I just tried to hunt. I think if you look at the slow motions, you can see that I couldn't believe it at all. My team and of course my brother and my girlfriend, they saw up close that I was kind of struggling throughout the whole season, like also mentally, like feeling like, can I still do it? Am I still able to get gold at the Olympics? And then it kind of all just came out. There was lots of tears for me too. I was feeling strong on the 1500 meter, but I have to say Danjinu was like, he was untouchable almost on the 1500 meter this season. And I think it was 3 laps to go. I knew Danjinu was still going to attack me. And I was able to block him one attack. I think because I blocked that, it was like a series of attacks on him behind me, which helped me secure the lead, and I could barely keep Huang behind me, but yeah, I still don't really know how I did that one. It was more than I could have ever dreamed of. I hoped to get a medal, and then at that moment I had 2 gold medals.
Yeah, when Jens also won a 1500, so he won his 2nd gold. It also gave me confidence, I think, and also motivation to try and do it again. I had just great focus in all the races, felt very strong and in control, and yeah, I could use my speed. It was very cool to do it the 2nd time, yeah.
The bronze is probably the most important medal to me from the whole competition, especially just seeing my brother get silver in front of me. He had such a hard time these last 3 years. I mean, that's like so special to me, and to see how from where he came from, it's amazing. The men's relay is something that we work on a lot in the Netherlands, and I think we just really dominated that race. I'm not completely sure what the tactics were of the other teams, but we had our tactic and it worked out perfectly. It was like we didn't make a single mistake in that whole race, which is crazy in short time.
The team is so strong and so close. We've really grown closer in the last year. It's really nice to have a fun team to do it together with.
Well and truly an Olympics to remember for the Netherlands side. And it really all started with Cassandra Velzenboer getting the team off and running. How important was that first gold medal for her and for the team?
Well, Cassandra Velzenboer came in with a ton of pressure going into the 500 meter in the Olympic Games. That was her first event after the mixed relay, her first individual event. And she came in as the reigning world champion, the world record holder. There was a ton of expectations on her to deliver that gold, and she did just that. Then she was able to carry that momentum into the 1,000 meter gold after that 500. So just a phenomenal games for Cassandra Velzenboer.
And on the men's side, Jens van 't Vout had a slow start to the season here in Montreal. Some illness, some injury, but man, did he peak at the right time, didn't he? 3 gold medals, a bronze. Just what can you say about his Olympics?
Well, I think it highlights the fact that the season is a marathon and not a sprint. And you don't have to necessarily come out of the gates at the World Tour flying at stops 1 and 2, but you're building towards that Olympic Games and delivering your best performances when it counts the most. And Jens van 't Vout did just that. And you know what? I think he had that first race where he beat William Danjanu. He got some confidence from that, and then he just rode that confidence throughout the remainder of the Olympics, then coming out, getting the 1,500 meter gold medal, and then leading his team in the relay to that Olympic gold was just phenomenal.
And speaking on that team as a whole, it started almost on the back foot with the mixed relay where things didn't go as planned, but they rebounded from that and even had some tremendous stories when you look at the likes of Melle van 't Vout returning this season as well. What more is there to say about the games they had? It was a marathon.
Well, it was just incredible. Like I said, the momentum they were carrying. Coming off that 500 when Melle Van het Wout got a silver medal, Jens Van het Wout had the bronze there, and already 2 gold medals under his name. They went to that relay with a ton of confidence, and you could see it in the way that they skated and executed that race. They went to the front, they controlled the lead, and they never wanted to relinquish that control, and that skated them to gold.
And really, what an incredible Olympics for the side from the Netherlands.
Finding our way into the next block of racing. And we are into the women's semifinals. Is that outside? Is it still snowing? Wow. Okay, well, that's that's what we have to look forward to when we leave today, but plenty more racing to come. The women's 3,000 meter relay semifinals. 2 heats. Top 2 from each race go to the A final, and the 4th place teams go to the B final. 3rd and 4th. Heat number 1 already out on the ice. The Netherlands, China, Poland, and Kazakhstan.
Just an absolutely stacked heat here. We have the Olympic champions, the Olympic silver medalists, and the Olympic bronze medalists all in this first relay semifinal.
That's heat number 2. Just realizing that.
Seeing it reverse order here.
I'm getting a little cross-eyed at this stage of the game.
Ready.
Hold that thought. Wait for the next one.
The next race is pre-analyzed. Michelle Velzebor leading things off for the Netherlands. And she'll give way to her sister, Sandra. It is Dongli, also for China, Yang Jingru and Wang Xingwan. It is Gabriela Topolska on the ice. For Poland, it was Natalia Malashevska to start them off. And it is Cornelia Wozniak, the newcomer. Really excited to see her go in the 500 meters tomorrow. Junior World Cup medalists, 4th in the 500 meters at the recent World Juniors. We'll see what she matches up against Nicola Velzebor on the ice. Selma Poutsma on the front for the Netherlands. 2 laps to go.
Well, the Dutch, as we so often see, controlling the relay from that lead position. They love to be out front. As we talk about so often, it frees up a little bit more space when you're making your exchanges.
Kazakhstan side can't be overlooked. They have a medal on World Touring level with their first one, but it was last season. But they have been keeping it close. They kept it close. The finals look good now. Tiana Khan on the ice for them. Olga Tikhanova, Alina Ashgaleva, Malika Yerman is on their side. Right at the moment, Tita Van Oerschacht.
17 laps to go.
Missed out on the Dutch side for the Olympics, back on the roster here.
No change of positions yet in this relay. Coming up on 16 laps to go here. Everything is calm before the storm.
Watch out for Malashevska in third. Great deal of experience in the 500 meters. We'll see what kind of burst of pace she can put if her team needs it. Topolska right up there. Did not want to force it, but that caused them to dump a lot of speed. And thank you very much, Kazakhstan up into third.
It's the Dutch team still out in front, the reigning European champions from just less than 2 months ago. They won bronze at last year's World Championships and finished 4th on the last Olympics, looking for another
Tita Van Oerschacht picking up the pace now. We're entering those low 9-second lap times. 9:00 on that last lap. Selma Poutsma out front. She's continuing to push the pace, creating some separation.
Split is happening. It's 1 and 2, the Dutch and the Chinese, and then the Polish side now able to get around Kazakhstan into third, but they have a gap to close, and it's Malashevska who has to do it.
Malashevska having shipped to a speed track here, really trying to do whatever she can to close down this gap. Handing off to Topolska.
Sandra Velzebor on the front right now. And everything is just textbook right now for the Dutch. There have been no parts in the throat moments, no little hiccups. They've had no wobbles, so it's just been a very confident performance. All their exchanges looking good, Tyler. Now, Poland has gotten right back into the picture.
Well, in the final exchanges of this race here, coming up on 4 laps to go.
Number 36 for Team China, that is Wang Xinan and Natalia Maniszewska.
The Polish team have managed to work themselves back into this race.
Now that elastic getting stretched again, and each time you have to close it, it takes that bit much more energy. Final exchanges, Sasha Velzebor on the ice. And so often she's in the way is the exclamation mark on another Dutch victory. And it looks like that will continue to be the case. Sasha Velzebor, that was a composed race victory for the Dutch ahead of China.
I said it yesterday, having Sandra Velzebor on your relay team is a little bit of a cheat code here. Her speed is just so difficult to match. After that exchange, going into the final 2 laps, she was just hammering through the corner, straight crossovers, no pivot, not dumping any speed, just pure acceleration to push the pace and control from the front. And from start to finish, the Dutch didn't give an inch.
Well-drilled side. The Dutch side very close off the ice as well. They do a lot of camps together. I remember they started the season essentially hiking in the Alps somewhere. I think it was in Austria. And, you know, definitely team bonding, and it's on display there where they're all on the same page. Dutch and China racing for the medals. Poland and Kazakhstan to the final. And what were you saying about heat number 2?
Well, let's go over that once again. I got a little ahead of myself. And heat number 2, Republic of Korea, they won the Olympic gold just a few weeks ago in Milano Cortina, followed by Italy in silver and Canada in bronze. All 3 of those teams here in this relay semifinals.
Different makeup for this Korean side, of course. Chae Min-jong not here, however, it will be Kim Gilly, Shuk Soo-ki, Lee So-yoon, and No-ah Rum. Sarah Lutza Baksky, Rebecca Silice Nemet, Diana Laura Vegi, and Maya Dora Shomori. Chiara Betti to lead things off for the Italians. There's also Confortola, Gloria Ioriatti, and Ariana Seagal. Florence Brunel to start for Canada with Courtney Sarot, Kim Boutin, and Danae Blais.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's always interesting, the Italian side always has a skater. They're the only ones that has a skater a little bit up the inside off the start. Ariana Seagal taking that spotting position.
Well, on the start, they're spotting for one of those potential incidents we talked about earlier. If you toe in and have a fall on your own and don't impede on anybody else, that start may not be called back. So that skater being ready to tag up quickly to rejoin the race, just in the event that somebody falls off that start.
Ioriatti leading the way. And the roar as Kim Boutin gets up into third.
Currently in the latest team Italy, we have for the Italian team number 9, Elisa Confortola, number 16, Gloria Ioriatti, 22, Chiara Betti, and 41.
Well, this race off a little bit more aggressive than the previous semifinal. We'll see if things settle down at all.
Rebecca, 43, Shomari Ayadora, 52, Baksky Sarah Lutza, and number 71, Vegi Tiana. Currently sitting in 4th position is the Republic of Korea.
As Tyler mentioned, Olympic gold medal. She was on that team, as was Lee So-yoon and Kim Gilly.
And finally, for Team Canada, currently
of the team this year, of course, it's Kim Gilly on the ice. These will be the skaters to finish things off. And now,
Kim Gilly winding up on the exchange corner. Are they going to call an audible and switch? They are. Lee So-yoon jabs her exchange order. Tim's on the next corner.
Lee, I'm not sure how ready she was. Almost getting too far inside, but she moved out at the right time. But it all came through just fine. And Rum slipped into second as Ariana Seagal jumped into the lead. And now here comes Danae Blais. And now Korea has to regain a lot of
Danae Blake keeps that pass going on the outside, doesn't give up to it on it. And the roar of the crowd says it all here.
A tunnel of noise for Florence Brunel when any Canadians on the front. Siro stepping back out now on the exchange from Fortola for the lead. And finds it, or does she? Siro battles back to take the lead.
Well, Florence Brunel had a slip going into that exchange, but Courtney Siro was able to defend that lead position.
And Butang, one of the fastest skaters out there, former 500-meter world champion, decorated Olympian, of course, and she'll have Danae Blake, Seagull, this time exchange, but now a bit of a gap opening up as room of three is caught behind Rebecca Seelig-St-Nemeth.
Well, the pace has really picked up here. We're seeing 8.6 second lap times. The Canadians and Italians have made a gap.
Bit of a hiccup there, handcuff on the exchange there for Suzuki. They now have a little bit of clear air in front of them, but they have a gap to close down with Canada and Italy in front.
Well, watch Kim Gilly here. She's going to try to close things down for the Korean team. Catching up on the Italians and Canadians.
Inside 7 to go, and was there ever a doubt that Kim Gilly would close that gap? They've had that little bit of extra energy burned off. Lee So-yeon trying to keep in touch.
Well, the Korean team just has to keep in contact. They're closing with Kim Gilly. She can deliver a finish as we just saw in the 1,000-meter. 4 laps remaining.
Exchange is coming. It's Brunel leading Chiara Betty. Courtney Siro, Elisa Confortola waiting in the wings.
Great job from Brunel there. 2 crossovers in on the previous corner. Able to maintain her speed and handing off to Siro, but a clash to the skates on the corner entry.
And look at Kim Gilly go around 1. And can she make it stick? No, Confortola battling all the way around, trying to keep Kim to the outside. She's done a fantastic job so far and may just hold her off. What a great skate by both Canada and Italy. Elisa Confortola may have just done the impossible there.
Well, she was just under all sorts of pressure from Kim Gilly on the outside, doing everything she can to hold her off. Confortola just skating tremendously in those closing 2 laps of this relay to bring it home in silver, or second position rather, for the Italian team.
Canadians showing a solid unit here. Carried on by the home crowd. They jump to the front, but I was just watching Confortola. You're tasked with holding off Kim Gilly, and she did for, what was it, a lap and a half.
And there was an incident on our screen earlier that has since been cleared. This is that tight exchange there. Lee So-yeon getting bumped out. Danae Blake capitalizing on the opportunity. Got caught on the outside, but she kept it going right here to close that off. Now let's watch these final 2 laps. Siro there, her left skate just getting caught on the leg of Confortola, but she's able to skate through it.
So yeah, those results are official. Canada and Italy to race for the medals. Korea and Hungary will go for the B final. When you have all 3 podium teams from the Olympics in a semi-final, one of them's going to be frozen out. This time it was the gold medalists from Italy. From Italy, the Olympics. You know what I mean. Let up. Well, you're wrong. You're right back into the finals. A little bit more before we get our next break. Men's 500-meter B final. As you see the race in the respective finals, and might we have another head-to-head B final? It's possible. William Donjanu. Seagull will DNS, as will Hwang Dae-han, but Felix Pigeon, William Donjanu are going to go head-to-head and put on a show.
in a 500. This is going to be interesting.
Donjou still wants his fans.
Love to see it.
Présentation des athlètes pour la finale B du 500 mètres. Athletes presentation now for the final in the men's 500 meters.
I'll do the proper introductions first.
De la ligne numéro 1, starting in lane at number 1, representing Poland, Félix Pigeon. And starting in lane number 2, de la ligne numéro 2, le champion du globe de cristal, le Canadien volant William Damginu.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, these two guys came through the youth ranks together in Quebec. Pigeon is, of course, born in Canada. And so it's a nice textbook moment.
Oh, putting on a bit of a show here, these guys going back and forth. Defensive entry from Pigeon. Damginu looking to respond, cutting back up the inside. Having some fun out here, giving us a bit of a race.
Is it just going to come down? We'll somehow even it side by side and make it a dash to the finish. One to go. Pigeon and Donjanu. Here comes Donjanu. Pigeon's holding him off for now. And up the inside.
Oh, Pigeon loses his footing.
But Donjanu takes it. I know in figure skating they have the exhibitions. That was an exhibition of short track. Just guys showing their skills on the blades.
Well, 100%. Those two guys were all over the track, mixing things up, having a little fun out there. It's great to see it.
I wonder if that's what they were discussing out on the ice. Okay, here's what we're going to do.
Oh, you just see William Damginu just hook it way inside there.
And then a little skip into the corner. I wonder if Donjanu also testing this. I want to test out this corner and put it behind me.
Got a smile on his face there. There's that late jump up the inside. Félix Pigeon just booting out.
And he's fine, by the way. They're both getting off the ice. So there is still a men's relay semifinal to come. And so Wong and Seagull there. We've had our fun.
Absolutely.
Fun time is over.
And now the drama unfolds in the A final. Stephen Dubois, the only skater here with a World Championship gold individually to his name. He'll be under all sorts of pressure from Stan DeSmit and Thomas Natalini. Watch out for Furkan Akar in position 4. He has a very quick start himself.
Mesdames et messieurs, la présentation des athlètes pour la finale A du 500 mètres. Ladies and gentlemen, the 500-meter A final athletes presentation. Starting in lane number 1, de la ligne numéro 1, 5 fois médaille olympique, champion olympique et champion du monde au 500 mètres, Stephen Dubois. De la ligne numéro 2, starting in lane number 2, fourth in this distance at last year's World Championships, Stan DeSmit, Belgium. De la ligne numéro 3, starting in lane number 3, the two-time Olympic medalist representing Italy, Thomas Natalini. de la ligne numéro 4, starting in lane number 4, representing Turkey, Furkan Nakash. De la ligne numéro 5, starting in lane number 5, the 3-time Olympic champion and 500-meter Olympic bronze medalist, Jens Fatwalt. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. We have the reigning Olympic champion, reigning world champion in this distance, starting in lane number 1, Stephen Dubois, as well as the 3-time Olympic champion.
Dubois again in position 1, Vanderkaut in position 5. A lot of story points here. Desmet and Natalini already on the podium. Nakar, chance for history for Turkey. What will Dubois do on the start this time?
Go to the start. Ready.
Dubois just has eyes for the corner, and once again he gets there first, and that could always be all she wrote. They just have to keep it close.
Well, Stephen Dubois creating that gap ahead of Standis Smith, but Standis Smith can finish, and he's got top-end speed. We'll be keeping an eye on him if he can close that gap down. But a beautiful speed track out front from Dubois, looking calm and composed.
Dubois in clear air. There is little stopping this man. It was the Olympics just a few years ago. It is one to go. Stephen Dubois, Olympic champion and world champion. Pitch me. I'm dreaming. We'll do Dubois golden again. Absolute surreal moment for him. Jens Vanderkaut silver. Furkan Nakar in bronze for Turkey. What a moment for that program. Wherever you see, there is a story out there on the ice.
Well, Stephen Dubois comes in with all the pressure, all the expectations. He is the man to beat, and he doesn't relinquish. He maintains that title, back-to-back world champion, following up that Olympic gold. Unbelievable.
Defending his world championship. A few weeks off from an Olympic gold medal, forgetting emotional letdown. Big moment man gets another fantastic, memorable moment. And again, it starts off the start.
Well, the blistering speed of Stephen Dubois just goes unmatched in those opening laps. It allows him to settle into this race and skate freely from the rest of the field, and just controlling it out front as he does every time he's on that 500-meter line. Natalini looked up the inside, couldn't hold it. There's a little bit of a bump. Natalini can't hold it either there, and Standis Smith goes down with him. That opens the door for Furkan Nakar to capture the bronze, and Jens Vanderkaut sneaking in for the silver there with a beautiful pass in the last lap.
And just the joy unbridled for Turkey. We've talked about those guys just on the cusp. They have so much speed. The execution was just not there. It is now.
Absolute breakthrough moment for Furkan Nakar. Tremendous result for him and that Turkey team.
Final decision. Penalty for skater number 1-3 from Italy.
There was that review. That was for an arm block, was what they were looking at. That is the ruling for Natalini. Fortunate for him, he does have a medal already today. It will be some consolation for both him and Desmet as they went down. But 3 celebrations as if it was gold. To catch our breath a little bit. After this one, there's the medal presentations, and then come back out for the men's relay semis.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, la cérémonie de remise de médailles pour l'épreuve masculine du 500 mètres du championnat du monde ISU CNSG courte piste 2026. The medal ceremony for the men's 500 meters at the 2026 ISU CNSG Short Track World Championships. Les médailles seront présentées par. The medals will be presented by the ISU president and representative for this event, Mr. J. Yul Kim. He will be accompanied by the Director General of Speed Skating Québec, Fédération de patinage de test du Québec, Mr. Robert Dubreuil. And he will also be accompanied by the referee, Miss Beta Padar. En troisième position et gagnant la médaille de bronze de Turquie. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Turkey, Furkan Akash. Furkan Akash. En deuxième position et gagnant de la médaille d'argent des Pays-Bas. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing the Netherlands, Jens van het Woud. Jens van het Woud. En première position, gagnant de la médaille d'or et champion du monde sur 500 mètres. In first place, winner of the gold medal and the 2026 World Short Track Champion in the 500 meter representing Canada, Steven Dubois. Your new 500 meter world champion, Steven Dubois. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever si vous êtes capable pour l'hymne national du Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able to for the Canadian national anthem. championship at home, ladies and gentlemen, the
successfully defending the World Championship he won a year ago in Beijing. He waited his whole career last year to finally win a World Championship. He won 2, and now he has 3 in 2 seasons to go along with that new Olympic gold medal. Steven Dubois flying high for the Canadians.
We're gonna head down to ice level for the interview with Tyler and Steven.
Félicitations, Steven Dubois. You come into this race as the reigning world champion and Olympic champion. Did you feel pressure to deliver today?
Honestly, I've been feeling pretty sick, so I was just taking it race by race and started feeling better and better. Merci à tout le monde qui est venu nous encourager. Pour vrai, c'est un fun. Comme je disais, je me sentais pas bien aujourd'hui, j'étais malade, puis pour vrai, la difference maker, la différence, ça a été vous dans les estrades. Ça m'a encouragé de course en course, puis merci d'être là pour nous.
Now, how special is it to win this World Championship gold medal at home here in Montreal?
Je pense que ça pourrait pas être plus spécial pour moi. En plus, la foule, c'est vraiment fou, vivre ça avec vous autres. Il n'y a pas de mots pour vrai. Merci tellement. Merci tout le monde. Puis, je suis tellement content de faire ça à Montréal.
Merci, Steven. Félicitations. Peux-tu lancer?
Yeah.
Merci.
Great the toss. The champion he remains. Now on the other side, men's 5,000 meter relay semifinals, 3,000 meters, crowned for the final champion of the day. And that is in about 15 minutes time. We'll see the time on the screen. These World Championships in Montreal are, in a way, the beginning of a whole new quad building towards the 2030 Winter Olympic Games. Chance for countries to take a look at some of the young talent they have coming through their program. China is doing just that. They've brought a number of their young up-and-comers to the Maurice Richard Arena. Let's meet some of them.
在在中国，短道速滑很受欢迎，应该是所有人接触冬季项目的都会知道。
短道速滑在中国国内是非常受欢迎的，在每次我在中国比赛的时候，能看到现场的观众对我们的热情欢呼，为我们加油助威，能看到他们对短道的那个喜爱和热情是非常短晚的。我对短道最初的记忆是小时候在电视上看到那些比如武大靖
或者韩天宇这些国内的顶尖选手在电视上飞驰的滑行，然后让我对这个项目有了浓烈的兴趣，然后开始接触的这个项目。
我感觉在记忆里的短道速滑是特别酷的一个项目。在我们的家乡，七台河的家乡就传承这个短道速滑的项目，然后我没有参加过俱乐部。
刚接触这个项目的时候，我是进行滑轮，然后在一个县城安多县，然后进行滑轮，然后经过了一段时间的训练之后，开始慢慢接触滑冰。令我印象最深刻的就是武大靖哥哥选手，他在500米平昌奥运会的发挥是令我印象最深刻的。然后因为他的这个500米，让我对短道速滑产生了浓烈的兴趣。
我想成为像杨洋姐姐这样的选手，然后因为她滑冰很聪明，然后也很努力，为国争光，然后展现出中国的历史文化。
当我穿上这身国旗的衣服，然后就是为国出征，为国比赛的意义非常浓厚，因为这是国家对我的信任，我要把自己最好的水平发挥出来。
So Tyler, regardless of age, China is one of those programs where you come here and the expectation is that you're climbing onto the podium. What is it about some of these programs that there is that expectation?
Well, with the Chinese program, they have an incredible history in this sport. They have a ton of depth over time. They have a tremendous program of development, and they have a lot of skaters coming through. But throughout that, they've had some incredible performance at the Olympic Games, the World Championships, and a lot of big names to look up to in this sport.
Now, those big names you mentioned, there's a lot that a lot of these young skaters like to talk about. What are some of the names that of yesteryear that we'll remember?
Well, for me growing up, I loved to watch Li Zhaojun. There was Yang Yang, Meng Wang, you got Wu Dajing. You have a whole list of skaters that were just incredibly top performers in this sport that they all have to idolize and look up to.
So Tyler, from one storied program to another, China to the Netherlands, we got an inside look at a Dutch on-ice session with their coach, Harold Sillops.
Why are chickens funny? Because the lamer, the better. Guys, Team GB is doing a 3-lapper before our relay.
Okay.
So they'll put the track on right away, and then we are the orange ones. We have the first relay. Then the Brits do a tempo 4-lapper, and then we start with the Excel. This Excel is optional. The second one is optional. So just let me know who wants to skate it or not. And then everybody does the start +1.
The reason why the Ice Cube had to go into counseling is because he was having a meltdown. Just wanted to share that with you. Thanks.
Hey Jens, too easy. Huh? Too easy.
No, you get dinner.
Is this good enough for dinner? It's not good enough for dinner, guys. Not yet. The medium was really nice.
Yeah, it felt really bad, but I think it went pretty quick.
Felt bad?
Unstable.
Oh, okay.
Like getting on speed again. Lean.
No, I thought your position was. It's interesting. We watched the relay from Tilburg, the mixed, versus Milan. You see the difference, eh?
Yeah.
What time are we going?
Maybe just a little water.
More water?
Yeah, it's drying up a bit.
Okay. You have a riddle for me?
Why did the Ice Cube get last place in the race? Hey, because you froze on the line.
Perfect.
That's okay.
I think your upper body is much better. Like overall.
Yeah. I'm just trying to focus on that because that's the only thing I can really control with.
This is gone.
Yeah.
Remember that reaching up? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, deep in. The corner is good though. Entry was tight, but the corners, yeah. But not many people can do that.
Hey, what did the glacier say to the iceberg, Harry? You cracked me up.
Why is it always about ice?
Tomorrow, you do.
Merci. À demain.
Always great getting those behind-the-scenes looks at those on-ice sessions. Still one more medal to be determined today.
Et puis troisième match, on en parlait justement, les Canadiens qui seront de retour en action en finale 1. Donc, on va créer un instant même
Final block of racing to come. And it is the men's 5,000 meter relay semifinals. 2 heats will be contested, top 2 from each race to go to the A final. And to the B final. To come out to the ice, ready to go. So we will do these relays and then change gears very quickly. 3,000 relay final, B final, then A final. Starting to come out, you'll see blue, that's Italy. You'll see black and red, that's Canada. You will see navy, some orange. Is the Netherlands, and Japan is also in this one. So the Italians, the Canadians, the Dutch, and the Japanese. The Dutch, the defending, of course, Olympic champions from a few weeks ago, just beginning their reign as Olympic champions. The Canadians looking to defend last year's title they won in Beijing. And you see who's on the ice: Maxime Laoun, Félix Roussel, Jordan Pierre-Gilles, Steven Tungor, Jens Van het Wout, Friso Emons, and Mella Van het Wout. And on Japan, there is Miyata Shoko, Watanabe Keita, Yoshinaga Kazuki, and Matsubayashi Yui. There we go, that's the job. And Italy, Pietro Siegel, Thomas Natalini, Lindsay Speckenhauser, and Lorenzo Prelims. There are the teams on the line. Will start things off. Tungor for the Dutch, Thomas Natalini for the Italians, Miyata for the Japanese, and we'll see who comes to the line for the Canadians. That would be Maxime Laoun. 4 teams, 16 skaters.
Go to the start. Ready.
And there they go in the first of 2 semifinal races.
5,000 meter race, and it really hots up in the second half of the race. This is all about positioning, setting the table a little bit, Tyler, as we all know.
Currently sitting in second, skating for
Well, there's a lot of early laps to get through. There's not a lot of desperation for teams to be at the front of the 5,000 meter relay early. But that's a marker that I always reference. Around that 20 laps to go, that's when things really seem to start to kick off and the pace picks up. But the Canadians, as they typically like to do, be out front. I think that's one thing. Back at the Olympic Games, they found themselves caught a little bit further back in the relay. So wanting to be towards the lead earlier in the race, a little bit more comfortable in that position for them.
All of the skaters on the ice for the Netherlands were on that gold medal team in Milano Cortina. 15 lap is not here.
We have number 12 right now, Félix Roussel, who is pushed at number 39, Maxime Laoun.
They included Pietro Siegel, Thomas Natalini, Lucas Speckenhauser, and Andrea Castanelli, but he has not been here. It's a guy we have seen regularly in the relay on World Tour. One of the strangers to see Lorenzo Prelims on the Italian side.
Now, something that always comes into play at the later stages of the relay is the ice conditions. It's a long race, a lot of laps being put down on this track, so it tends to get beat up over the course of the race and makes things all the more challenging for the skaters who are managing harder ice conditions to skate on, but also heavier legs as they built some fatigue over the course of the relay. Now Lorenzo Prelims in front for the Italians.
He's got Roussel behind him. Van het Wout in third. of Watanabe Keita, and now it is Miyata Shogo on the ice for the Japanese side.
Tim Laoun getting that pass on the outside of Thomas Natalini.
With his push over to his teammate Steven Dubois, who's
the tactical games are still yet to start. Nobody trying to change up the relay, going on the off exchange just yet. Still, it's a bit of a long feeling up stage, but each race, of course, is different depending on who wants to pick up the tempo.
Well, the Italians back out front definitely seem to be in their race plan to try to control the lead as the race picks up.
Roussel for the lead. They make going around this oval with 9 seconds look easy.
This is the semi-final race with only 2 spots to go. 2 spots available.
7 remaining. We await the door. We know it's coming. A big push in pace is about to come, just as the last time.
Après-midi, ce sera la dernière course de la compétition. Ce championnat du monde ISU, le national du de piste sera Salcon. Encore une fois, à la remorque du char, le Canada bien conservé vitesse.
Jeff Gill on the ice, a long-time member of this national program, back this weekend. He's had a lot of issues injury-wise to deal with the last season, but fit for now here in Montreal.
Well, I see the pace picking up. He's now dropped in those 8-second lap times. We're hitting that 21 laps to go now. This is the point of the race where things start to move. Defensive track pattern out front from Maxime Laoun.
Dubois, Siegel, Jens Vanethout, and Yoshinaga Kazuki. An A final of talent in this leg of the race. Well, an A final of talent in most legs of the race, but particularly so that last leg.
17.5 laps to go.
Saw 17 to go. Revitali, Mela Vanethout, and Watanabe Keita.
Just watching the skaters, you can see that the Italians and the Dutch are both looking for opportunities to move, watching for slips, trying to identify an opening to make a pass and better their position. Natalini now way wide on that corner entry. Was maybe looking to try to accelerate into an exchange for a pass, but it's not there.
And Siegel again, 1 and 2. There's really no separation so far. Nobody's really seen the elastic stretch, but the Japanese, a bit of an awkward exchange. There's a bit of a gap for them to close.
And Speckenhauser responds right back, retaking that second position. Now the Japanese team looking for something.
Matsubayashi, will they try to get it on the exchange? Yes, they do for third. But battling back, Vanethout.
Well, Prelims with a bit of a slip. Felix Roussel now laying down the hammer, accelerating the pace, creating some space for the Canadians. That can be critical in the final laps, allowing you to skate freely on a nice speed track. Maxime Laoun doing that just now, but the Dutch team goes down in this corner.
That opens it up for third. There is a tag up. I think it was done eventually. I'm not sure actually if Mela Vanethout got the tag in, but I'm presuming that he did. He did fall on his own. We just got confirmation of that, so nothing getting reviewed. But
the ice conditions are deteriorating now. I've seen a few slips out on the ice. Speckenhauser up the inside of Jordan Pierre-Gilles.
And it is Speckenhauser on Pierre-Gilles, the Japanese Matsubayashi. Just trying to stay in contact because, as we've seen, anything can happen.
Well, the Italians and Canadians have a healthy lead here, positions 1 and 2. They don't have to do any desperate moves, but the Japanese are charging hard back in position 3, trying to close the gap. Miyata Shogo
closing that gap. He's giving his team a chance, but it is Pietro Siegel and Steven Dubois. Passing them would be a monumental task, and there is 1 to go. Siegel and Dubois looking like they will guide their 2 sides into the final, provided they get around, and they do, and they will.
Team Italy, Team Canada, unofficially moving on to the 8th final.
Siegel's looking for something. They're not happy with something that happened there, but that's going down on their own, so nothing getting reviewed there. Talking about the ice conditions, we still have, this happens at every event, they know it's coming, but there is still a men's relay to come, and that's going to create a whole lot of possibility for the unexpected in the women's relays to come. And also in the next men's semifinal, so it's just, I mean, tomorrow when it all comes to an end, that men's 5,000 meter A final is always must-see television. As you saw, Italy and Canada to the A final, Japan and the Netherlands to the B final. Heat number 2 out on the ice. It has the Olympic silver medalists from Korea. It has China with a couple new skaters on display this weekend. It has Kazakhstan and it has the United States of America. Let's see if we have time to run through things quickly. Korea, Lee Jun-min, Lee Junzo, pardon me, Im Jong-un, Shin Dong-min. China has Zheng Bohao, Zhu Yiding, Li Kun, and Li Yuheng. The U.S. has Andrew Heo, Brandon Kim, Clayton DiClemente, and Noah Trop. In Kazakhstan, Denis Nikisha, Adil Galiak-Patov, Nurtalet Kajgali, and Aibek Nasser. It is to start Li Junzo. It is Li Yuheng.
Go to the start.
Brandon Kim and Denis Nikisha.
Ready.
Kazakhstan, if I do remember correctly, last season when we were in Tilburg, a lot of the countries with the Asian Winter Games, and Kazakhstan were Asian champions at that event.
Will go around the track 45 times, 16 athletes on the ice, 2 referees in the middle.
This one
Team
feels,
out in front.
remember that first race seems like so long ago. I think it had a bit of a quicker start than this one.
Number 18, Denis Nikisha. Number 59, Adil Galiak-Patov. 107, Nurtalet Kajgali. And number 171, Aibek Nasser. In second place is the Republic of Korea. We have
well, all teams right now staying relaxed, staying calm, preserving the legs, preserving their energy. They're going to need it for the final laps of this race. Usually when the race starts slow, it finishes fast.
China currently sitting in 4th position. Number 47,
ahead of Noah Trop, his senior debut. He got the call of the show. Shin Dong-min.
And finally, for the United States of America, Team USA sitting in 2nd position. There's number 22, Brendan
the pace is this quick, the extreme is very deliberate, slow motion.
Number 22, Andrew Heo. Number 28, Clayton DiClemente. And number 174, at his first World Championship competition, Noah Trop.
They start to put the hustle behind the muscle on those exchanges. That's when you know things are really kicking off.
They're followed in second by Team USA, sitting in third, Team China, and sitting in fourth, Team Korea. The Koreans won silver at the Olympics in Italy.
It's a race of patience right now. Who's going to kick things off first? All teams still opting to stay calm here, not push the pace. All comfortable with where they're at.
Like DiClemente, Noah Trop, at George Washington University.
America grabbing a very well-earned silver medal at last year's world competition. We're coming up now on 33 laps
the way it moves, but Korea making a little look around the outside before the exchange. That is Lee Jun-so. A little bit more urgency starting to show as the laps are blistering by any stretch, but a little bit more pace coming in.
Well, when they're going with these slower speeds too, they're applying less pressure to the ice in the corner, so it also saves the track a little bit. So not only are their legs going to be fresher in the final laps, but so will the ice. So that really leads to good conditions for skaters to make some big moves later on. But now the Chinese team making a push. Now we see the pace picking up.
Lee Kun decided, okay, I'm picking up the pace here. You guys are invited to stay with me as he gives way to Xu Yiding.
Number 49, Xu Yiding for Team China, our current leader. His teammate,
Just about the 9.5. That lap was actually a little bit slower than the previous one. Back up to 8.6 territory. Easing off on the throttle just a little bit as they'll see 25 laps to go this time around.
Silver medalist of the Olympics. What a strong team here. They are hoping to join both
the top seeded team in the world, but a lot of these guys not been regulars at the senior level in the relay.
We are right away halfway down this race with 22.5 laps to go.
Here comes something. Nassen in the second.
A nice inside pass from Nassen there, coming up, shifting over a little bit, creating some room for himself on the entry.
Just feel that he can kick off at any moment. Lee Hang has Dennis Nikisha behind him, Brendan Kim. Who makes the move? It's almost as if everybody's waiting for someone else. You push the pace, no? Not just yet. We're all waiting.
Well, these teams obviously comfortable just sitting in behind there, taking the draft, letting the Chinese team do the work, but the Chinese team now is starting to accelerate. We're going to drop down into the 8-second lap times now. 8-8 on that one, so now the pace is starting to move. You see the arms coming down to the corner, the pivot's getting a little bit longer, the speed is picking up here by the Chinese team out front.
Getting a little bit difficult for the U.S. Trump losing a little bit of territory. They take back in Lee Yu Hang ahead of Dennis Nikisha. Lee Jun-so right there.
Well, everybody's primed. This race is really starting to move.
13 laps to go.
Andrew Keogh closing the gap a little bit. He has Lee jump in front of him.
Watching M. Jong-un back in position 3, really winding up here. Can he transition this into a pass on the exchange?
Is setting it up. He has Shin Dong-min ready to go and not going to take the look just yet. Didn't want to force it. But they're down. They're running out of time. 10 laps to go.
Zhang Guohao attacking off the front for the Chinese team.
I had to come back across. Should really have to cut across the lane to just get that exchange in, but as Lee Jun-so right in position.
Team China, Team Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is trying to hold on to that second spot right ahead of the
Zhang Guohao on the front. Adil Galiak-Matov right behind him.
A great job so far in this race with a very young team. We haven't seen much of them, but usually we are used to seeing.
Oh, and after the exchange, a collision between skaters from Kazakhstan and China, but everybody got through. But there is a stumble now. Kashgali able to keep it going, but now, wherever you look, little bits of drama happening.
China, Korea, Kazakhstan, Team USA.
A nice move up the inside. Nassen, can he make it stick? Oh, yes, he can.
Beautiful pass from Nassen there.
Inside pass, taking that spot as they come to the gun down.
Handing off to Dennis Nikisha.
168 from China.
They are flying now. Dennis Nikisha getting 2 crossovers in, trying to build some speed in this exchange.
Is Galiak-Matov under all kinds of pressure by Lee Jun-min, who now takes that second place. 1 to go. China has been leading largely wire to wire. Zhang Guohao in the lead. Lee Jun-min for the lead. And
it until the very last, but Korea takes the victory in the semifinal. U.S. rallied for third behind China and ahead of Kazakhstan.
Second semifinal race, China unofficially finishing second.
Quel spectaculaire dernier relais pour la République de Corée.
That one review was for that coming together of the inactive skaters, but it was cleared, so all good. No harm, no foul. We said it all slow build in this one. This one had a particularly slow burn, but then it all came to a head near the end.
There's that catch of the skate from the Kazakhstan skater on the Chinese skater after the exchange, but it's been cleared. No infractions there. Here's a look at that beautiful inside pass from Nasin. Getting his team into great position, but they just weren't able to hold it. Couldn't match the strength of Team Korea and Team China in the final 2 laps.
Races to come to wrap up day number 1 at the World Championships here in Montreal, 2026 ISU Short Track World Championships. Korea, China to the A final, USA, Kazakhstan to the B final. That will conclude our competition tomorrow afternoon. This will be our first World Championship to be awarded this weekend. Coming up, already on the ice for the B final. I'll tell you right now, I don't think you have to hustle back after the next one. I'll take care of signing things off for now.
Thank you. I won't have to do a wind sprint from the ice surface back upstairs.
I won't have to. I'll be stumbling my way through a goodbye anyway. I'll miss you, but you know, I'll manage. B final. Kazakhstan, Hungary, Poland, and Korea. Korea going with Lee Jun-min, Lee Jun-so. Oh, pardon me, that's the men. I need to jump ahead. Where we are now. There we are now.
Go to the start. Ready.
Off the line, I see Poland. It's Natalia Malashevska in the lead. Gabriela Topolska in second. Cornelia Wozniak and Nicola Mazur.
Team Hungary and Team Kazakhstan. It is the number 33, Gabriela Topolska, out on the ice for
Sara Lutza Bekskai.
on her team is also the number 85, Cornelia Wozniak. Number 29, Nicola Mazur, and also the number 24, Natalia Malashevska. Moving by the inside is Team Hungary.
In the second, and it will be Bekskai.
Currently sitting in that second spot. Team Korea sitting in third, and Team Kazakhstan sitting in fourth.
On Malika Yermak, Alina Ashgaleva, and Olga Tikhanova for Kazakhstan.
Pour le moment, ce sont les Polonaises qui sont en tête de course relais 3000 mètres, donc 27 de tours de piste initialement. Bataille pour la 5e place. Sur l'épreuve féminine du relais 3000 mètres, Pologne, Hongrie, la République de Corée au 3e rang.
Polska on the front right now.
Et au 4e échelon, les Kazakhs.
Wozniak and Khan trying to make the move for third up the inside, just getting ahead of Lee So-yun.
Kim Gil-lee here looking around the outside. Green team's going to have to offset the relay exchange as Kim Gil-lee goes all the way to the front.
Lee So-yun. Yeah, they went off exchange there.
They are the reigning Olympic champions of this distance.
We missed that.
Winning gold only a few weeks ago in Italy. Hungary sitting in in second. They finished third at the last European Championships.
So in the relay, there's not set exchange numbers that you have to do. Unlike the mixed relay, skaters can change and adapt on the fly, as we saw from the Korean team there just a few moments ago.
Right now, chasing down those top two. This is the final piece, so racing for the fifth,
key for Korea. Now the exchange is made. But that speed dynamic closing up. There's Wozniak behind her, Todd behind her. Nobody really out of the running just yet.
Being able to hold that lead position is so beneficial to help you get a clean exchange so easily. Positions can be lost on a relay with a poor exchange. You can be in the front, you get a little bit more space to push off to your teammate.
Stay in touch. She has Malashevska right behind her.
Oh,
and there's a tumble.
There was a touch though for the Hungarian team, but not a full push. So it still counts as an exchange, but it leaves the Hungarians with work to do.
So they didn't get the full transfer of speed, so they have to chase. And at this stage of the race, it's very tough to come back.
And that's what we're talking about on the exchanges. Being out in the front gives you a little more space. When you're in the middle of the pack, it gets really tight. Your feet can get caught up easily. There's an inside pass from the Polish Nikola Mazur.
We are inside 4 to go. It's Che for Korea.
Backsky gets the Hungarians back into the race, into third position.
And it is Vegi now trying to close the gap on Malashevska.
Hungarian team trying to chase down the Polish team with Gabriela
Suki on the front. Gabriela Kapulska trying to close her down, and she is bringing that gap down, but she might run out of ice. 1 lap to go, and it looks like the Koreans will take the B final. Poland for second, and a good skate by Hungary to get back into things for third.
There was a yellow marker on your screen for review. They were going to be reviewing that fall by Hungary in that exchange. It has been cleared. Want to see the replay on that. Might have ended up being a bit of a diving push.
So even the slightest contact, as you know.
That's that outside move there by the Koreans. There's the slip. There was the tag up.
Nice exchange. That was what Kazakhstan had a little bit too far ahead, and that allowed the exchange to go through up the inside for Poland for second.
What you'll often see is the skater on track, if they're looking to try to set up a pass, what they'll do is create some space on the entry, really accelerate through that corner entry to carry more speed than the other skater ahead of them so that they can launch their partner ahead of the team in front and make that pass on the exchange.
So there are the confirmed results. Korea, Poland, Hungary, and Kazakhstan. That is 5 through 8. They've already got the backdrop set up. Our final race on day 1 of World Championship competition here in Montreal. The women's 3,000 meter relay final, our first relay World Championship of the weekend, and it does have the defending world champions from Canada. It also does feature the recent Olympic silver medalists from Italy, top selection from China and the Netherlands, always dangerous. This one is going to be a lot of fun.
Mesdames et messieurs, la présentation des athlètes pour la finale du relais 3000 mètres. Ladies and gentlemen, the athletes' presentation for the 3,000 meter relay, a final. De la ligne numéro 1, starting in lane number 1, the reigning world champions, Danae Blais, Florence Brunette, Kim Boutin, Courtney Soro, Team Canada! De la ligne numéro 2, starting in lane number 2, silver medalists at the Olympic Games, Elisa Corportola, Gloria Ioriati, Chiara Betti, Ariana Sigal, Team Italy! De la ligne numéro 3, starting in lane number 3, bronze medalists at last year's World Championships, Sandra Belzeboer, Michelle Belzeboer, Zoe Deltrap, and Selma Poutsma, Team Netherlands. Et de la ligne numéro 4, starting in lane number 4, Gong Li, Zhong Shutong, Wang Ye, Wang Xiran, the People's Republic of China. Four teams vying for 3 medals. The Canadian team hoping to defend their World Championship
years ago.
The Italians looking to claim gold after their silver medal in the Olympics.
Different faces,
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the last race of the day.
But the same objective. See who starts things off. Chiara Betti ready to go for the Italian. She's one right at the line already. It looks like Phyllis Minera from Canada. Zhang Chutong. And it will be Michelle Belzeboer for the Netherlands.
Go to the start. Ready.
There we go. Those were the starters. If you watch us regularly, you know these second skaters are the finishers. Soro, Confortola, Sandra Belzeboer, and Gongli for China.
Well, you can feel the tension. All skaters being very aggressive off that start. The pace is picked up right away here. Down to the 9.2 second lap time already.
Entertainment has been so high. There's been not really much of an Olympic hangover. Look at the Italians. They had a home games, but they have been coming in here flying. Back to the starters. Nobody deciding to really open up the taps just yet. As they, this time around, they will see 20 laps to go.
Canadians continuing to control this race. Out in the lead with Sandra Belzeboer looking up the inside, tucking into second behind Courtney Soro.
As we've seen previously, Elisa Confortola wants to maintain a position. She is very good at keeping it. That time she said, okay, Sandra, you can go through, we'll get you later on.
Kim Boutin checking over her shoulder, seeing if anyone's trying to apply any pressure or make a pass down the straightaway.
Check over the shoulder, she'll see Selma Poutsma. And there is Ariana Sigal and Wang Yang for China. The winners last year, the winners 2 years ago at the front right now, but that is all potentially starting to change. China up into third. Zhang Chutong. They get that exchange in with Gong Li.
Sandra Belzeboer explosive pass there up the inside of Courtney Sereau.
I won't say it's a red alert just yet, maybe a yellow one, as Velzibor on the front is definitely a danger sign, but not a pull away just yet as Yodiati gets Italy back into third. Deltrap on the front for the Netherlands ahead of Kim Boutin.
Selma Poutsma pushing the pace out front.
Side 10. Little stumble there for Blay, but she gets that exchange in and gets a good push in.
Bit of a gap opening up here between the Dutch and the Canadians. Kiana Betty looking to capitalize on that opening, and she does.
Lovely move up the inside into second, and now Elisa Confortola passed by Cassandra Velzibor a few laps ago. Now maybe a chance to return the favor, but she's looking over, and it's Courtney Sereau behind her. And for the lead, Yodiati.
What a move.
Deltrap now trying to hold on. She's under all kinds of pressure. Boutin right there. She gives way to Poutsma, but is this a moment for the Italians? Silver on home ice at the Olympics a few weeks ago, but now we look at the ice. Siegel, little stumble. Couple more exchanges to come.
Oh, Flosbernil just saving from a fall.
Final one coming. Here come the finishers. Confortola, Cassandra Velzibor, Courtney Sereau, and Gung Lee. There are two to go for a world championship. Now it's Cassandra Velzibor for the lead as the Canadians go down. Cassandra Velzibor in front. Confortola tries to battle back. It is looking like it is a Dutch time, but we know it's not over until they cross the line. Cassandra Velzibor makes sure this time. Dutch goal.
Unofficial victory for Team Netherlands. Netherlands grabbing that first spot. Italy grabbing the second spot.
Not sure if there's a nervous glance over their shoulder that time. There was no Kim Gilly coming this time. Cassandra Velzibor takes it over the line the second time in 3 years. The Dutch are world champions in the women's relay.
Cassandra Velzibor with that closing speed is so tough to contend with. Elisa Confortola doing everything she could, going to that last corner, even able to get 2 crossovers in, just can't match the speed. She gave everything she had to challenge Cassandra Velzibor, but was held off, and the Dutch take the gold.
Dita Van Voorschot, the 5th member who skated earlier, joining the celebrations. Heartbreak for the Canadians. They will fade to 4th, but it's another silver performance for Italy. A couple weeks ago, it was Olympic silver. Now it is world silver. Victory lap for the Dutch as we look back at another memorable race.
Well, throughout that whole relay, Cassandra Velzibor was attacking and making moves and bettering the position for her team to get in that lead spot for the finish.
Cassandra Velzibor did pass Confortola at one point. Confortola tried to get it back at the end, but it's just too much as we saw Gloria Yodiati giving them a chance on the lead.
Cassandra Velzibor with that pass up the inside of Elisa Confortola, and at the finish,
all the way over. No doubt this time.
Take home gold.
We're watching what's going on at the front. They are still just confirming that result.
See the medal ceremony here.
Just confirm that would be any penalties, but we can see. Margherita Betti. Betty's. The Dutch women. It was clear. China's level. Canadians in the end. themselves. So it will be settling for fourth for Canada. The third goes to China, second to Italy. And the gold medal, once again, back in the hands of the Netherlands.
Obviously for racing tomorrow, but the last time racing with her girls team of the 3,000 meter.
Congratulations for the great Kim Bouteng. Dutch skaters congratulating her. That's her last time skating a women's relay at the international level. Champion of the sport for many, many years. Multiple-time Olympic medalist. We saw her win World Championships a couple of years ago in Rotterdam when she took most of the season off and came back. Plenty of emotions, I'm sure.
What an amazing career for an incredible athlete. We will obviously see her again tomorrow on her last race with her girls team.
Just getting set up for the presentation. There's a plenty for a wonderful career. Still has some.
We're moments away from the medal ceremony sur la semaine des extras. La cérémonie de remise de médailles.
We'll go silent for the victory ceremony.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, la cérémonie de remise de médailles pour l'épreuve du relais féminin 3000 mètres du championnat du monde ISU CNSG courte piste 2026. The medal ceremony for the women's 3,000 meter relay at the ISU CNSG Short Track World Championships 2026. Les médailles seront présentées par. The medals will be presented by the ISU president, Mr. Jae Yul Kim. He will be accompagné par Madame Isabelle Charret, ministre responsable du sport du Québec. And she will also be accompanied by the referee, Madame Beta Padar. En troisième position et gagnante de la médaille de bronze, gagnante de la médaille de bronze, in third place and winners of the bronze medal, Team China. Gong Li, Wang Xiran, Wang Ye, Yang Jingru, Zhang Shudong. People's Republic of China. En deuxième position et gagnante de la médaille d'argent. In second place and winners of the silver medal, Team Italy. Chiara Bezzi, Margherita Bezzi, Elisa Confortola, Gloria Ioriatti, and Ariana Sigel. Team Italy. En première position, gagnante de la médaille d'or et championne du monde de courte piste 2026 au relais féminin 3000 mètres. In first place, winners of the gold medal and 2026 World Short Track Champions for the women's 3,000 meter relay, Team Netherlands. Zoe Dedraat, Selma Poutsma, Didit van Oorschot, Michelle Velzeboer and Sandra Velzeboer. Team Netherlands. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever si vous êtes capables pour l'hymne national des Pays-Bas. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the national anthem of the Netherlands. Mesdames et messieurs les médaillés, ladies and gentlemen, the medalists.
Just for a quick word briefly before we sign things off, but that is the end of day one. Personal thanks. It starts tomorrow. Competition resuming at the repechage session, 10:15 a.m. Eastern time. Check your time zones accordingly. We'll be back with the women's 1500, 500, and 1,000. The mixed relay is part of the afternoon. And then the men's relay medals put a bow on this 2025.
And to finish up today, we will have the on-ice interview with the ladies from Team Netherlands with Tyler. As soon as you're ready, throwing it down to you, Tyler.
On the ice with Team Netherlands, you've been so strong as a team all season long. How does it feel to finish off as world champions?
Yeah, it feels so great. It's so great to finally get that gold medal now. We got our revenge from the game, so we're really happy, yeah.
And how proud are you of this team of yours?
Yeah, we worked so hard for this, and the past few years we really improved, and to now get this medal, that's really the reward for all the hard work.
Well, congratulations to all of you. Could you help me out by throwing out these t-shirts for me?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Make some noise if you want a t-shirt from the Dutch girls.
That's back on top in the women's relay at the World Championships to bring an end to day one of competition at the 2026 ISU Short Track World Championships. Lots more to come tomorrow. As I mentioned, we get started at 10:15 a.m. local time with the repechage session. I hope you will join me for that. Join myself and Tyler Dara. A whole day's worth of action to come from here in Montreal as we bring an end to this 2025-26 ISU Short Track International season. So until then, until tomorrow morning, my name is Gavin Day. On behalf of Tyler Dara and everyone involved in putting together what you just enjoyed, thank you very much for joining us. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Wishing everybody a great